Welcome to the Spirit of Cricket 2025, live from Mildura, and specifically from the John Hall Oval, where we're getting ready for what should be a game of substance. Any game of sport that's played between Australia and the US of A is something worthwhile watching. And I'm Peter Walsh, and joined by my co-commentator and the guru of voice of sport in Mildura and in the surrounding districts. A very good afternoon to Pat Silcox. Hello, Pat, and welcome to a game where I'm hoping it'll be a good one.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Peter. I just got a little bit of loud level coming back through my headset, but I'll get to our man Todd from B Live to sort that out shortly. But great setup here, the old Aerodrome Ovals, formerly known as Aero Ovals 2, but nowadays referred to as the John Hall Oval. So great setup down here. We've got the picket fences these days, the scoreboard, the floodlights, which, fingers crossed, will come into effect when we get into the second session.
Let's hope so, because in the game earlier on today, we didn't have a lot of action in the second session. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a second session. It was the fact that Canada were bowled out for 54 and Australia A only lost 3 wickets to get to that total. So we'll go into detail about what did happen a little later on, but this one, we're getting ready for the national anthems, and that, to me, is one of the most significant parts of any sporting event, when you see the players from the two opposing sides getting themselves ready. That's a signal for us too, because the hats have been removed, and we always know that's a good signal. They're not too far away from where we are they?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, in broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets went along the streaming air, came through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Now let's go to the Australian
Yes.
national anthem.
The reference being displayed by the US of A is what we would have expected. The caps have been removed, and we can have a quick look from where we are. We're not too far away from the playing surface. We're pretty close with our broadcast box, so the Australians will burst into song soon.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
And there we have it, Peter Walsh, stirring moments here at the John Hall Oval.
Oh, look, stirring moments, and here we are now, and I wonder how many of the USA cricketers were thinking of home for them when they were born, where they were born, all those sorts of things happening. It's all good.
As we get a nice wide view of a very lush-looking John Hall Oval, and the wicket square looking immaculate, obviously, for this time of the season. I know the local club, Mildura West, were hard at it only 3 or 4 weekends ago. A bit of top dressing, getting ready for the upcoming 25-26 season, Walshy.
That's not far away either.
No, it kicks off first week in October, I believe, so yeah.
Oh, that's good. And you can see the cluster there and the hands that are being shaken. Now, I don't know whether there's an exchange of gifts. I think the caps were being exchanged.
Little
to
pins.
The top pins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, there's our mate. I call him our mate now because not only did he club the ball all over the place in our last little episode behind the microphone at Goal, but he came up and had a chat at the evening meal that we did have, and he just said he'd really enjoyed it. And I said, hey, you might have enjoyed it, but we enjoyed it more than you did. You were fantastic.
He's going to be important, isn't he, for the USA today. He needs to get started, needs to take the attack up to the Australians, who've been in great touch. 2 wins from their 2 games so far. We can have a quick look on our monitor here, Pete, at that points table. Australia played 2-1-2 with a net run rate of 3.91. And America have got themselves nestled in there at the moment in second, although I believe this was prior to today's game, so I would suggest Australia have probably usurped them into second position by virtue of that very, very strong performance against Canada earlier in the day.
True. And the word is that the USA have won the toss and elected to bat.
Okay, they like to bat first. They did that, of course, on Thursday, the Aumpire Oval, and it was certainly paying dividends for them, making 300 plus in their 45 overs.
True. I'd like to collect $10 for everyone who's walking around with a mobile phone attached to their ear, and I'd be suggesting that before this day is out, I would be worth quite a few dollars. I'm not sure who they're ringing. They're ringing their loved ones back home, or they're checking on team changes, or checking on anything whatsoever. But what would you do if you lost your mobile phone?
Yeah, it's one of those things that we don't do much time without these days. So, yeah.
Now the umpires, Billy Bowden and Mark Ronson, and Chilla Charlesworth is the third umpire. And didn't we have some fun with third umpire the other day? And that was just so good. Yeah, to be able to bring to our audience, as the Australians get ready for a photo opportunity, but to let them know what the third umpire has to do within reason of time, can't take forever, and it was spoken to us in magnificent tones by the man whose name I'll just get in a moment, because it was so good, and well done to Darryl O'Sullivan for that effort.
Yeah, he was a great contributor, wasn't he, for us upstairs, with not only his third umpire decisions on referral, but lent some very special comments at the same time as well.
Yes, you might have seen the fist clenched there by Andrew Kratzman, who...
Ever the competitor.
You're not playing tennis there now. Put your racket away and get ready. And congratulations to the curators too for getting together what is quite a magnificent strip here. Not too far away from where we were this morning. We didn't stay there long because, just giving you a quick briefing of what did happen this morning, it happened in a hurry with Canada. All out for 54. They stumbled early and were speed wobbling their way to get through to that total. It was never going to be enough, and the Australians lost 3 wickets in getting there. But the man of the match, and to me, one of my significant highlights, was a man who didn't make a lot of runs. He got from point A to point B and running through the singles, and was wildly applauded by the teammates who were watching him. And he was able to, and I'm not in any way being critical, I'm to the other extent, I'm saying well done to number 64, Akshar Pandya. And when it was announced after the game had finished that he was the man of the match, well, it was like they've won the grand final. He was cheered and everyone went over it. And, of course, all of the Australians did the same.
Yep.
He didn't win it for his efforts with the bat because he didn't make too many, but just the way in which he portrayed the love of his country, the love of going out there to play as best he could, didn't score many runs, and the smile was about as cheeky and as wide as you could possibly have. And so well done. And the spirit of cricket, bold, that's what was imprinted across his forehead. Good stuff. They didn't win the game, as you can see with their score. Now, what did he finish up making?
I think he made 8 down the lower order there off his 25 deliveries. But, yeah, just the 54 for Canada in 32 overs. They did last quite a period of time in the middle, but just couldn't get the scoreboard ticking over.
No, but what they did do is they enjoyed themselves, and that's what it's all about. And I was very lucky too, because I was standing up above where they were, and you could hear them chatting and getting across the information regarding how they were going and what the best way to bat would be, all that sort of stuff. And now what we're going to be doing at some stage today is we're going to be having a chat to the physiotherapist, who is born and bred Mildura, has played cricket and got to the Australian level, and she's doing as much as she possibly can with all of the wounded bodies.
It's a big job, isn't it?
Massive job. And I wasn't aware as to what the story was when I was watching this morning, and then I asked a few people who were very keen and told me her name is Jess D. Tarzlinski.
D. Tarzinski, yep.
And I had a chat with her, and I said, would you mind having a talk to us? And she said, oh, look, I can't do that if there's someone that needs to be looked after. And I said, well, I've got a sore groin, so look at me. I didn't say that. But no, she's delightful, and so she was able to talk about all of those people, like Steph Beltrami, who was involved with cricket women for so long, and Meg Lanning, and all of those that were so good. And so she'll chat to us at some stage, as well as other guests right throughout the day, because that's what we're trying to do. Bring you the flavour of the Spirit of Tasmania. That's
your old stomping ground, Peter.
But Spirit of Tasmania is the old boat I went across, Bass Trading.
Yes,
so
yes.
I'm going back a bit too far. The Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. And it's here, Spirit of Tasmania. I'm not saying that again.
No, don't.
Live
Please.
from Mildura.
Now, I do believe we're going to have you roaming with the microphone across the course of the broadcast today too. At the front, we've got a nice little media centre there for you to grab some guests. So that's the word I've heard from our guru, Anthony Telfer. So looking forward to that as we see the two American batsmen make their way to the middle. Looks like Pete Hawthorn's opening up alongside of Sonny Singh, and we caught up with Pete sort of midway through the game, and he was a little bit disappointed after getting a bit of a start over at Australia on Thursday that he couldn't go on and make a big score because the platform was laid for the big guy by the time he got to the crease, wasn't it?
Well, remember, like we try to, when we're giving information to those who are watching our coverage and hopefully enjoying our coverage, give you bits and pieces about all the players that are out there, particularly those that we don't know. And the one thing that we did comment on consistently, Pat, that was the size of the wicketkeeper for the United States of America. And he's to the right of the two that are going out there. Very bold man, came up, said hello, and he's shaking hands with umpires now. But he wears number 104. There's a bit of a handshake, and they'll get themselves organised as Billy looks, and Billy goes the big shake.
He does.
Very good.
Just held him waiting just for a moment, but
Bit of theatre.
just looking at Bill, he's got the jacket zipped right up around the chin, so that would suggest it's a little bit coolish out in the middle.
Bit fresh.
Yeah.
A bit fresh this morning going earlier on. And yeah, we've got Chilla Charlesworth, who of course is the third umpire, and we might be able to grab him and interrogate him at some stage. Although I didn't know that he was back from the Mildura Trots.
Is that right? Did he get a few on yesterday, did he?
Oh, look, he can't go anywhere in Mildura without being spotted.
Keep it quiet, he says. Keep it quiet.
No, you walked past the harness racing
Right.
and kept on going.
Yep.
And then got to those three letters that are there when they're on the right-hand side of the road.
The one that starts with T, or
No.
no?
No, well, it is a TAB, but the TAB's in the RSL.
Right. Just playing in threes.
Oh, no,
Keeping
no.
it safe.
So many places to go. And I tell you what, those people in Mildura who look after nice wineries, or not the wine to drink, not that I drink, but they're just having so much fun because they're getting, we had a beautiful French waiter or waitress at one of the restaurants I went to, and I ordered something and had no idea what it was. And when I ate it, I still had no idea what it was.
Was it good, though?
It was good, yeah.
That's the main thing,
And I
Pete.
just said bonsoir and left. So,
You didn't try and do a runner again, did you, without paying this like you did the other night?
no.
All right, so the Aussies have just broken up from their pre-match huddle. Nice chat in tight there, and then they'll get out and take their positions here at the John Hall Oval in Mildura. We're back in the CBD. We're back in Metropolis just for the one day. We'll head back over the bridge tomorrow for more coverage from Australia.
We're back at Golgol.
I believe we're back in Golgol tomorrow, and then we're going to set up camp at the Mildura Sporting Precinct pretty much for the journey onwards from there. So that's something to look forward to.
Now, we've got to, and you're a font of knowledge when it comes to all of the social interaction, because we've got Michael Kastrovich who'll be speaking out of function with Mike Valletta and Adam Dale, and that's next week.
Decent crew, that, isn't it?
Oh, magnificent. Yeah. Now, lurking Les, he's somewhere
I
about,
believe
isn't
he's in town. Not sure if he's arrived as of yet, but he will be certainly in the near vicinity, so we'll be looking forward to catching up with him at some stage.
Yes, he fumbled his way into doing some curating at the Adelaide Oval and only lasted for 40 years, which was a poor effort, really, when you think about it.
I reckon he's been up here a few times during his career to help out the local curators.
No, brilliant man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very good man indeed, Les, and we'll hopefully be able to have a chat. And Billy, of course, will be there. And we really haven't had a decent chat with Billy on air. We've had plenty of chats with
We
Billy
had some
off
good lunchtime chats with him, haven't we?
We have had, yep. Yeah. And look, this is a merchandising comment, but I'm sure Chilla won't mind, because I saw with the Canadian team the other day, they were all presented with a cap and it had his digit twisted and emblazoned across the cap.
Emblazoned. Okay.
You like that?
Yeah, I do. I
Yeah.
do.
So we're putting the pressure on Chiller. If he's a man of substance and wants to look after us, we should get a cap, don't you think?
He's nodding his head. That's positive, affirmative. I like it. As we can see, the opening bowler for Australia is James Morris. He's loosening up and he's bowling from the 11th Street end. Didn't catch him on day one. He had the rest, along with Brian May, who's also not playing again today. Anthony Bloomfield is the other Aussie to miss out. Peter Walsh. He was obviously one of the openers for the green and gold in that opening game. So we'll see what he's got to offer here. I think he picked up a decent bag of wickets on day two. So we're just about ready to get underway. This is, of course, day 3 action as part of the Global Spirited Cricket Festivale, and we're coming to you live from the John Hall Oval here in Mildura. Paddy Silcox and Peter Walsh to bring you the opening action, and the first ball just about to get underway.
Hope you're going to enjoy our coverage, because I can guarantee, my friends, we will enjoy presenting it to you. Beautiful day, bit coolish, but ready on song to start as the first ball wide of the off stump, and a bit of elevation as it comes through. A bit hard to work out what the track is doing early on, but it's through to the very handsome and on top of proceedings glove man Anthony Baranka, who knows his stuff, and he's got plenty of chin wagging to go there with 3 slips as the next ball is pushed back down the ground on the offside and there's no run. So mindset, they've got their 45 overs, there's no hurry to do anything, etc, etc, etc. But what we're doing is we're fast forwarding already and thinking that let's hope from the US of A that Fazam Alam can get involved again. This next ball is driven down the ground in the air and hit very well. Gee, I tell you what, he was launching into that off drive and hit it quite superbly, and I tried to pick up the line of sight and it sped away to the boundary for the sunny man getting off with that boundary, and that was good.
He was busy, wasn't he, in the opening couple of overs in Golgol a couple of days back. Looks to hit down the ground, play through the line of the ball, and that time Morris just overpitched a fraction and he was straight onto it like a flash, wasn't he? And wasn't fearful of the man at mid-off. He elevated enough to get it over the top of his hands, outstretched hands, and that raced away for a boundary.
I'm going on dimensions, and I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but I'm just trying to work it out from myself because I haven't been to a few of these ovals before. But this oval, this is the John Hall Oval, as we wait for the next ball outside the off stump, and he's edged, or has he? They're going for the big appeal for being caught, and he's out. A lifting ball, a tickle and a catch, and what a breakthrough. Sonny out for 4. Hawthorn yet to score, hasn't faced a ball. Morris breaks through with a 4th ball of his first over, and it's the US of A winning the toss and batting 1 for 4.
Yeah, great job by Paul Ryan, who was nestled in there at second slip. He got it at the second bite of the cherry. It was that extra bit of lift from Morris off a good length. Caught the top of the shoulder of Sonny Singh's batters. We'll get a chance to have another look here on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar instant replay, which will come up for us shortly. But Ryan, I think it got to him a little bit quicker than expected, so managed just to bat it back up again for a second bite of the cherry. And then the second time around, Peter Walsh, he clung to it firmly and got the early breakthrough, exactly what the Aussies were looking for.
Good catch, all right. And as we did suggest, the toss won by the US of A. As we watch again, let's just have a look at the slips cordon as they move in a hurry. And there it is to him, who said, I've got it. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Yes, I have. Third time, bang. It sat there. He pouched that beautifully. And that is such an important wicket. The first wicket falling in the first over after that slashing drive through the covers off the front foot for a boundary. And that's a good start for the Australians, who are jumping about, and their captain, Andrew Kratzmann, who stands there and is probably half a foot taller than any of the other players out there, and he's going to be pretty close. He's really feeling square on the offside, really at a whitish gully. There's a slip, or maybe third slip. He's just not quite sure where to go yet. Now he settles for the first, or the last ball of the first over. And what a start by the Australians. The US of A having lost their first wicket. This ball is wide of the leg side, and Billy moves into action and indicates that there is one extra or one sundry. It's not too sure what you've got to call them in this day and age, but it's 1 for 5. Naveen yet to score, and the man at the opposite end is Hawthorn. I'll get rid of this last ball for me and then give you a chance, Pat, to get involved as you will. so brilliantly, and that's pushed away on the offside. End of the over. Good start by the Australians. They pick up the wicket of Sonny, who was caught by Ryan off Morris for 4. At 1 for 4, it's now 1 for 6 with Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox here. And it's a lot of fun, all right, too. This is good stuff. We're starting to get ourselves mobile for finals in this competition, and then it's helter-skelter with the teams that arrive, 8 of them, for next week.
It's going to be huge. Looking forward to it. James Morris is no doubt going to be a real difficult proposition with his extra height. That previous delivery stayed down. Oh, and that one's again kicking off a good length. Well dealt with by Hawthorn, who just manages to defend grimly away down the pitch. So that is the end of the first over now. I think we had an extra ball, a couple of wides in the mix there. So the score is 1 for 6. Naveen Pearce is 1. Pete Hawthorn yet to score. And of course, in that over, the first wicket of the innings was claimed on the second time around by Ryan at first slip. That was Sonny Singh out, caught Ryan bowled Morris for 4.
We're going to be getting more of an indication as to what's going to happen in these games, because we had one game earlier on and we've mentioned the scores, and we'll continue to mention them just in case you've just joined our coverage. Canada all out for 54 and Australia in the chase, getting there with the loss of 3 wickets, 3-4-55. And this one, an important one. It's good for Australia to go in with confidence, but as we suggested when the songs for the two teams were being played, their national anthems, when it's the US of A and when it's Australia, it's usually basketball and we lose, but it's not this time, is it?
Well, it's not basketball, and hopefully we don't lose, Peter, but I'm sure the boys will be giving it everything they've got out there, as we see Craig Trindle just going through some last-minute preparations here. He'll take the new ball from the Mildura Golf Resort end, the golf club nestled in behind us here at the John Hall Oval. So when I got out of my car about an hour and a half ago, Peter Walsh, there was a decent old breeze which will be pushing right behind Craig Trindle's back, so he'll be rather slippery here, I reckon.
Okay. So you got out of your car an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
What were you doing in your car?
Driving to the ground, Peter.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, maybe I'm a little bit loose on my time. I got here just before 2, so it's probably just over an hour, I guess.
That's not too bad.
Thank you.
Not too bad.
So Naveen Pearce is on strike, left-handed, 2 slips in operation. Trindle will be looking to take the ball away with a bit of natural angle. Well, that one again into the pitch and nicely patted away onto the offside. So the Aussies have got the start they would have hoped for, Peter Walsh. Plenty of pressure here with the new ball, and they've got the ring field really thriving on this atmosphere at the moment.
Trindle's a big man. He's, look, from a distance, and everybody's got not a look-alike, but there's a bit of Joe Angel in him.
Big Joe.
You think so?
Maybe. Nice positioning of the seam there, which made life fairly difficult for Naveen Pearce there, as he looks to try and tickle away onto the onside, as it looks like we might have a few troops from the completed game earlier in the day that have made their way here with a few luxuries under their arms.
The luxuries are in ice and fill up tins. So
nothing more needs to be said there, but they look to be in good spirits, dare I say.
Well,
pardon the pun.
No, you've done well there. This next ball is caught behind, is he? Yes, I think he is. A tickle outside the off stump. What? They are well incredulous, the Australians.
Have a look at Anthony Baranka. He can't believe it.
And they're still talking.
Not sure if we can get a third umpire review on this one or not.
We can. We can. Now he's off.
All the batsmen's headed off, so there you go. Unbelievable.
Well, I'm not sure whether we're able to get to Chiller, who is the third umpire, and to get the indications as to what's going on. But we'll have a look and just have a look at the replay for a start.
Okay, we'll do that.
Can we check the no ball?
Just going to get a look here maybe at a no ball from the delivery, which I reckon Chiller could be onto something here as we watch the third replay there. Got a funny feeling that the big man from the golf resort end may have just overstepped there. See if we can have a look as Pearce is just going to hold his ground there on the ground, which is a wise thing to do. So we're going to see if we can have a look here at that delivery from Trindle.
And I can tell you, and we're certainly not going to be engaging in taking any of the spotlight off Chiller Charlesworth, who of course is the third umpire. Now, there's no doubt in the mind of the batsman or the batter. He's still he was walking off and he's being told by the man who's gone out after the fall of the first wicket. Now he's turned around again. We're still just waiting to see what's going on.
Okay, so I think we haven't seen it pop up on our screen, but Broadcast HQ, here we go, Peter Walsh. Let's see if we can have a look at this here from Craig Trindle. Here's the side-on shots. Oh, I don't know if there's too much heel behind the line there, Pete. It was pretty tight from that angle, wasn't it?
It's a tough one, and the indications to be given to us by Chilla Charlesworth, one of the most experienced umpires in the cricketing world, and we're so appreciative of being able to give that information immediately. We mentioned earlier on, we had the services of Daryl O'Sullivan in a previous game, and Chilla Charlesworth, we will, when we can, get a chance for him to talk through what did happen, because there was a lot of spice going on. No ill spice, It was just something that we need to address when we can.
But what we do know, it was the wicket was given at the end of the day. So success for Trindle, and that will bring out Balaji Appasamy to the crease. He's batting at number 4, right-handed, just taking his guard. So it was a bit of confusion there initially. No doubt that Anthony Baranka was adamant that there was an edge to that, and the batsman eventually decided to walk, held his ground just to wait for the third umpire referral on the no ball, but deemed to be a fair delivery. So there we go.
Chilla Charlesworth is going to come over and have a chat to us at the end of this over, and we do appreciate that. We're going to be giving you the details as to what did happen as this next ball is pushed away in an ungainly fashion across the body, and it rolls out to the man who's wearing number 88, that's Grant Milbank, and there's no run. And Pat Silcock's jumping out and jumping in. Chilla Charlesworth, who's been involved in this sort of cricket for a long, long time. We'll talk about this in a moment, but we'll wait for this over to finish. 2 wickets have fallen, and that one, I won't say consternation, but it was different. That ball is on the leg stump, and it's pushed away, and I'll tell you what, very slow to take off from the non-striker's end. Hawthorn getting through. That's the end of the over. Gee, I tell you what, in this form of cricket over 45 overs, things can happen in a hurry, and they have. It's 2 for 6. Chilla, thanks for calling in and running over to where we are now. Can you talk us through what happened then? It was a big shout. Over to you.
Obviously, the boys were happy that there was a catch behind from Mark Ronson, and he just wanted to go upstairs and make sure that Trigger Trindle hadn't bowled a no ball. So we went upstairs, had a look at the slow-mo, and everything was good.
It did, from what we were seeing, it did look as if there was some hesitation because the batsman that was leaving was told, hang on a minute, let's just make sure. So there were, in effect, 2 US of A batsmen, as we just wait now for the start of a new over outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. So we had 2 batsmen, one who thought he was out, the other who said, don't go yet. So where did you come into play then?
Just when Mark asked me to go upstairs. So once you leave the field, you were technically out, but that's why he told him to hang around, and so we could make our decision.
So you came and had a look at what was going on and where the slide was and how close it was?
Yeah, it was very close, but there was enough behind the line, which that's what you have to do, and we're happy with our decision.
And importantly too, my friend, it's all about teamwork. It's all about you knowing where you are. You're sitting with us in the commentary box. You're a long way from the open, but with the 2 ways and with communicative skills, it's so important that you get the right message across.
100%.
Yeah. Wide of the off stump, the next ball goes through to the keeper. So whilst we've got you here, and we'll be talking to you many times throughout this game, tell us a little bit about the third umpire and the assistance of you, of course, but you've got Billy, who is a wealth of experience. What about the other umpire?
Mark Ronson. I've only just learned of Mark when he asked to come down if he could be part of this team, and what I've heard from the players and the captains, that Mark is doing an excellent job. He's from the Central Coast in Gosford, and genuine guy. So
that's good to
really
hear.
Happy he fits the team, and they're all good guys at the moment. So.
Well, you've been involved in cricket for a long time, particularly at this level. It's exciting. It really is, and here you are with a 45 over game, and in the what are we into the only the early overs, only 42.2 overs remaining, and it's 2 for 8. What a start!
Unbelievable. I'm just happy to be out here with yourself, Pete, and Pat as well. And it's every man's dream to umpire a game with Billy Bowden.
Mm-hmm.
you have to be an elite umpire to umpire with him, and for these guys to do that, it's just amazing experience for all of us. So
same to you too, and the reason that you've been selected is because you're good enough. Don't move any further than the chair you're about to sit on, so park your posterior over there, but get ready to jump over and see us in the near future. This ball hit high in the air, out on the onside, could be caught, we'll wait and see, dropped! Well, it looked as if there was going to be a catch taken in the outfield. Getting underneath it out there was Craig Trindle, but it slipped through his digits, fell to the ground. That went high and wide, not too handsome, but he couldn't hang on to it. It's 2 for 9 at the end of the third over as we welcome back Pat Silcox, who will join us in just a sec.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
And we're back at the John Hall Oval as the United States of America might be our man, the skipper, Festivale, who's just rocked back and crunched that, I reckon, for a maximum onto the onside the mid-wicket boundary. That was quite impressive. In fact, no, it's Pete Hawthorn, should I say, as that was a dynamic shot. He got it right in his wheelhouse, Peter Walsh, and he absolutely made no mistake on that.
Well, they don't mess around, but I have to tell you that Craig Trindle would be disappointed because in the outfield he looked like he was ready to take a catch. He was down virtually praying. He was on hands and knees, but it bobbled out after it looked as if it was going to be gobbled up for sure.
As this time Hawthorn is in and behind the ball, pushing out to Simon Niche on the onside. And I get a feeling, Walshy, that I reckon Craig Trindle might start to ratchet up the pace a little. He won't enjoy being taken over the pickets on the onside. So he's got 1 for 7 in his second over. Score is 2 for 15. This time Hawthorn again comfortable in behind it. He's got the very high Chris Broad-like back left, hasn't he? Got it nice and high.
See, if you're just wandering in and sitting down, there's been a fair bit happening. You've missed a fair bit, haven't you? It's 2 for 15 in the fourth over, with Sonny out for 4 and Naveen, the other dismissal, he made 1. And that's a very good start, USA deciding to bat after winning the toss.
Once again, Hawthorn looking comfortable in defence, just a little bit on the move though, just not quite balanced as he tries to push that one out in the offside, as we get a nice close-up there of the man who unfortunately couldn't hang on to the one down at deep fine leg, only a matter of balls ago. He'll be looking to really take the charge here with the new ball. Bowling from the Mildura Golf Resort end. Oh my goodness, that has done a little bit off the surface, Peter Walsh. That's come back a mile.
Almost cut it back off the blade into the castle, but missed.
Trindle. This pitch over the years has been certainly open to a bit of sideways movement with the new ball. There is a little bit of extra grass coverage on it, being a new wicket square, obviously being prepared only a few weeks ago for the upcoming season. And this time Trindle, the Malachi, goes away with a bit of angle on the right-hander, so he's asking plenty of questions of Pete Hawthorn, who's up to the task at the moment, and we have a scoreline of 2 for 15. United States, after 4 overs, and the Americans winning the toss and once again deciding to bat first, Pete.
Yeah, not sure whether there was a surprise in that, but they came out and there was a boundary hit in the first over, so it gave the impression that if the ball was there to be hit, it would be hit. And there we see Hawthorn and Balajar getting across to one another and just slapping each other on the back as if to say, well, come on, we've lost a couple, but let's get ourselves organised now, because this has got to be a run chase or a run gets that we have to, because they're playing for a spot in further honours in this competition.
Well, pressure's now on them with the A-team having such a strong victory over Canada earlier today. We'll get to those results for you shortly, so They'll definitely need to get a win here today if they're to progress through to the final. The 1 versus 2 finals. Morris Gianni just sneaks that in the tram lines there. It certainly went away a little bit more after it pitched and went through to the keeper. But it's certainly 2 in the last couple of overs, Pete, that have moved sideways appreciably.
Yes, there's a bit about some people wandering past and just getting a vantage spot here at the John Hall Oval, and I think they might have decided to bring their tracksuit tops or what, because that wind is a bit cool.
We've elected to go the shorts, Pete. It's probably good for now, but should we get through the duration at about 9:30 under lights, might be a little bit chilly getting back to the car after the game.
I might have to get into your shorts, if you know what I mean, of course.
I've got a pair of trackies in the car, Pete, so
So
all
have
is
I.
well. All right, so Morris, 1 for 8, his third over. And again, some really good swing away for the right-hander. Very watchful Apasami there. So this is a crucial partnership, isn't it, for the United States? They are to build a bit of a platform here and go through and post a strong total here to defend in the second session later on.
Yes, it's important that they have to push aside anything that's happened and start to rebuild. They can do that, but you lose a couple of early scalps. You lose those momentum skills that are available for the 2 that are in the sheds now. Sonny for 4 and Naven for 1. And hopefully you can get it together and work yourself back into a position of some form of making a big score. We'll wait and see now. This ball just outside the off stump, and I think he withdrew the bat. Looked as if he was going to work it away just gently on the offside, but decided that the blade would stay closer to the body than the ball, and through it went to the keeper.
Withdrew after he committed, do you think? I reckon
Maybe,
he was
yeah.
certainly attached to the shot, just didn't quite get an edge on it. And try to do the right thing and pull the bat out at the last moment. As this time it's uppishly played over the top of the cordon and will race away. My goodness, the outfield very, very fast here at the John Hall Oval. And maximum value that time for Balaji Apasami as he moves his tally along to 6. Hawthorn is 7, and it's 2 for 19 after 5. The United States batting first after winning the toss here this afternoon at the John Hall Oval. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh bring you the action here on Spirit of Cricket TV. Warm welcome to everybody tuning in on the YouTube channel. And we'll bring you all the big moments from this game, which is already off to a high-octane start.
We also should be mentioning that we'll be talking to some of those people who have brought their skills to the cricket, and they'll be showing their skills behind the microphone by having a chat to us and talking to those that are watching from wherever you might be. And there's so many platforms that you can go to find out where our cricket is, and you never know what you find on one of those channels in the middle of the night, as you well know, Pat.
Yes. I'll leave it there, I think, just to play safe as we wait once again for Trindle at the top of his mark, start of his third over. 2 for 19, of course, was taken over the mid-wicket boundary by this man on strike last over. Fuller of length, and Hawthorn is just pushing out and towards the covers. You'll pick up a single. And that will take our tally along to 2 for 20 in this, the 6th over. Run rate currently around about 3.5, 3.8 per over. What do you reckon will be a good score here for the United States? Pete, they'd like to get somewhere near 200, wouldn't they?
Well, considering that what they've done earlier on, they got a score of over 300 at one stage. Only the big fella smashed the ball all over the park, and I think even the ball was out of silks in the finish. It was a magnificent performance by the captain. You'd reckon at least 200, because Australia boasting a fairly solid and deep batting lineup.
Looks like he's got himself positioned to come in at number 5 today. Certainly got an early look on Thursday over at the Al Taringa Oval in Golgol. And there's still a long way to go here, of course, in this first session. But anyway, we're back with the live play now as Balaji Apasami faces up. Very watchful as it's pushed out in towards the point region, and tidy work from Prasant Sharma, who was impressive with the ball on the opening day. Peter Walsh.
Yes, we've had the skills, and we've been able to sit and watch with interest as to what is happening. And the one thing that I have noticed here, and even though we're a fair away in terms of acreage between us and the playing field, a lot of talk going on with the Australians, encouraging one another, making sure they're on song. That ball wide of the off stump, and through it goes to Barenka. And just when we talked about the brilliance of Anthony Barenka, in that last possible dismissal, when it was it a no ball or that, Barenka, in no way was he arguing. He was just having a discussion. We're pointing that the spirit of cricket is what it's all about, and if you're out there to have a discussion, we'll do so. That's what happened, and that was fascinating, that. Get Chiller in to have a talk, and that was good. This ball jagged back from outside the off stump. They have a look. There was half a shout. No real venom in the vocals that left the bowler. But, what for me, it poses the question that we're lucky we've got a third umpire here. If we didn't have a third umpire, just move on.
Yeah, next ball.
That's it.
Yep.
Brought in. Have you seen that? Sorry, have you seen that happen before? And I'll continue the question after we have this delivery. And it's widened through to Barenka. That is two batsmen both on the field at the one time, and Chiller's comment was really important, and all of them are. But if the batsman had walked off, he couldn't come back.
That's right.
That was it.
He was almost 3/4 of his way off. He pulled up just about 15 metres from the rope, so good thing that he did, but unfortunately the decision did go against him, but you've got to explore every available option.
Yep, true.
Trindle again with a bit of extra lift and carry going past the outside edge of the bats. And that would be the end of our 6th over here at the John Hall Oval with the score, the United States are 2 for 20.
Well, there's a bit going on here, if you don't mind. Some of the conversations that we have as we jump from point A to point B are fascinating. Are you recording all these?
Oh, yes.
'Cause I've got my solicitor on the line. He's going to ring through now. And
got the voice memos on the iPhone rolling as we speak.
You don't have to pay. If you lose, you don't have to pay. That's what they say.
That's
all
what
the
they
time
say,
now.
yeah.
I've tried to get the TAB to put that on. So if you lose, it doesn't matter. We'll pay you. But they've said no and hung up.
No, I could fully understand that.
No, but this is really fascinating, because we're so lucky because if we've got the umpiring skills that are available here, Chilla Talsworth, supported, of course, by Billy Bowden and Mark Ronson, we know, and it was just so close. We could have a look here to our right and to our gurus who are doing the executive producing and see how close that was to being a no ball, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. That was the most important thing, certainly from an Australian perspective. As we wait once again on Morris, bowling from the 11th Street end. Oh, again gets another one to spit off a pretty decent length, and a few telltale signs, Peter Walsh. There's just a little bit in this track, I reckon.
There is. Now, I'm not going into a lot of deep and meaningful questions, but I've got one for you from the previous previous ground that I was at this morning, and had a wonderful discussion with a chap who was telling me about Canada 54 and Australia at 3 wickets before they chased down that tally. And I'll come back to it in a sec as they go 3 for 2 to start the next over. And I was having a chat with a man who was a font of knowledge, and he said, we didn't introduce ourselves. He chatted away and he was talking about, comes from Mildura, and he talked about all of these dignitaries. He was talking Mark Lee and Dale Waitman, and then he went into the Carlton players because he knew them all, and the wicket was good, etc., etc. We talked for about 15 minutes, and when he left, I said to one of the players from Australia, who was that? He said, he's a curator. No, I didn't even know who he was.
Right.
But now, I'm sorry, I can't give you his name.
Trying to think. I reckon Kel Little does a bit of work out there on number 3. Might have been Kel. He knows he's very knowledgeable, knows his sport, loves his footy.
Yes, he's a Carlton supporter. Oh, Essendon, I'm sorry. Essendon supporter.
Okay. We won't hold that against him. But
no, but he's talking about people like Ted Fordham, who played decades ago.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
And, it was fascinating. And these people have so much knowledge, and they speak with so much passion about living in Mildura and what it means to have these international cricketers in front of us, and we can get a chance to talk to them, and he shares his thoughts, and it's always good. And I was, really besotted by the fact that he told us all sorts of things, including Jess Tarzinski from Mildura, who is the physiotherapist and looks after the team members from all of the visiting teams, not only those from other parts of Australia, but from other parts of the world. And Jess is going to join us at some stage in this coverage. She, of course, was almost an Australian player in the women's competition, and she was around when Belinda Clark was around and when those talented players were around, so looking forward to having her in the commentary box here. Delightful. And she's so busy. Every time there was a wicket falling or something was happening this morning, bang, on the towel, get down there and lie there low and I'll get into you, baby. And that's what happened. And she's doing a wonderful job, so we'll be able to talk to her.
Okay, so it's bowling change. No, Trindle continues, beg your pardon, from the Mildura Golf Resort end. As we just wait for our NV play overlay to resume. Trindle getting a bit of angle again away from Apasami's bat. Certainly has got that ball swinging nicely away from leg to off, coming in with a bit of breeze over his right shoulder. So ideal scenario for the big man. Would be enjoying conditions here, and with a bit of extra in the wicket today too. He's extracting as much life as he can out of this John Hall Oval pitch.
Yes, there's a bit about. It certainly is.
That one's uppishly tapped up over the top there behind backward square, and it looks like it will, indeed it will, go over the rope on the onside for a boundary. So nicely worked from Apasami. He moves to 10. Score is 2 for 26 midway through the 8th over. So the American striking at around 3.47 runs per over. And this partnership is starting to certainly build a bit of confidence in the Sheds. They've taken the score from 6 to 20. Not without a few risks, it must be said, Pete, but they're certainly looking to score at every opportunity.
Well, they too. Losing those 2 early wickets, putting pressure on the middle order. And importantly, we want to see them get, a productive stay at the crease. This ball is driven away towards short cover. Good fielding. The ball spinning across the turf very quickly, and Simon Nish getting over and taking the ball and doing it well as the score stays at 2 for 26.
He's been really good inside the ring, Nietzsche. We've seen him in action already a couple of times, putting a lot of pressure on the batsman, trying to get through for that cheeky single. And again, another ball that's just jumped a little off a length, which made it awkward for Apasami there as he plays and misses. Ball going through to keeper Baranka. So Trindle, 1 for 12, just about through his 4th completed over here. He's gone for a couple of boundaries, but he's certainly giving the ball that little bit of extra length to get that outswing going. So you always put yourself at risk of the batsman hitting through the line when they're a little bit fuller. This time he's banging hard into the track, and Nish again caught into action. And he'll throw it back to the keeper, so no run. End of 8 overs. Peter Walsh, 2 for 26, the USA. Batting first after winning the toss this afternoon here in our day-night fixture at the John Hall Oval in Mildura.
Both at the crease in double figures. So this is a start. This is the stepping stone. This is on the first rung of what is a fairly tall ladder in front of them, but now they have to go on with it. There's no rush. Hello, what's going on out there? Good afternoon walk for the dog who's thinking, I'll go one way and the owner can go the other way.
Not sure who's walking who there, Pete. Big fella's trying to dial in a text message while he's on the go. He's certainly got his work cut out for him there, I think.
Yes, well, we have those listening from all over the place, and I'd like to send a special cheerio to my dog, Hunter.
Hunter
would be listening.
Of course he would be.
Barking, and I'd be saying treat, and he'd be coming at me at 100 miles an hour. And I'd be saying sit, and he's saying in your dreams. First ball of the new over is pushed down the ground, and there's no run. A few dogs walking around, haven't seen a lot, but is that one of the pastimes of Mildura along the riverbank and that?
Oh, absolutely. And this is, traditionally a recreation reserve all the way down 11th Street. So a lot of people will get their pets out and utilise their free open spaces. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure we'll see plenty of that across the coverage today. As Morris is putting that one across Hawthorn there and through to the keeper. They're still committed to a pretty attacking ring field here, the Aussies. 2 men in the slipcord, man at gully, man at point. We've got a cover. Simon Nish been busy mid-off, mid-on, backward square, and Trindle down here at deep fine. That one just a little bit wayward this time from Morris, and couldn't quite control the swing on that occasion, so one more added to the sundries count. And score now at 2 for 28.
23 deliveries Balaji has faced. Hawthorn has faced 18. So they're there. But they'd want to be staying there and also keeping their eyes on what's going on. This ball wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. Just going back to Anthony Barranca, the keeper, who was a glove man of extreme competence. There's no doubt about that. But he was engaged in what was going on when that previous appeal was turned down initially, and then it was okay. But they're on their toes all the time too, aren't they?
Well, they're in the game every ball, aren't they, effectively?
Yep, very true.
This time Hawthorn is trying to open up his shoulders there, hitting through the offside. Little fumble. Allows him to add a single to his tally. Goes to 11. Score is 28 for 2. As we get close to the end of this, the 9th over. Weather conditions a little bit cooler than what we've experienced over the past couple of days. Walshy, it was certainly warm. I was out digging some weeds out, and you can see I've got a blister on the right thumb there. I was going that hard at it, and it was quite warm. It must be said, today was probably the better day to be out in the garden.
Self-praise is no recommendation, but still we'll move on from that.
Oh my!
What your wife
goodness.
told you to go out into the garden and do some weeding, and you said, "But I've got international cricket on, darling."
Well, it was a rest day, so I didn't have any excuse, did I? So I had to go out and make it look like I was having a crack anyway.
So a rest day from weeding the garden.
She was on the tools, I was just on the shovel. She was edging and mowing, doing a great job. It's the joint's looking pretty good, actually.
It's a very exciting time, and I'm being serious here, for starting to think about growing your tomatoes in maybe September, which is now, and then October, and seeing the flowers go, as that one's just outside the off stump, and through it goes to Barranca, and there's a bit of moving and swirling going on out there, and a big smile, a big smile from the man who's wearing number 23 out there, and why wouldn't he be smiling? Because there's a fair bit going on out there. It's at the, let's flick the score up and have a look. The score is 2 wickets for 28. United States playing Australia.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura, and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
Fantastic to have the Mildura Rural City Council in partnership with us for the Global Spirited Cricket Festivale in 2025 as we return to live action. Trindle bowling to Hawthorn, and I reckon he's been taken there at short mid-wicket. That's a very sharp chance. Trindle gets the reward, and that's another huge breakthrough for the Australians. Great catch by Milbank there because he was going to ground. It was low, it was getting away from him, but did not make a mistake. And unfortunately for the expat Aussie, on the American side of things, Pete Hawthorn, he has to go.
Yeah, he'd be frustrated and disappointed. We're just talking about the fact that he and Balaji had both got to double figures, and they were starting to work some runs. And let's have a look at the action replay and see if it was as good a catch as you would have first anticipated, Pat.
I think initially we were just off camera a little bit, but there we go. It was a very, very quick bit of work there forward of square. Short mid-wicket, you call that position. And they have been pretty sharp in the field, albeit just that one blemish on the copybook by Craig Trindle down on the boundary. But they're looking alert. They're up for action, the Aussies.
Yes. I remember mentioning yesterday during our coverage that the man who took that catch, Grant Milbank, going through a series of exercises pretty much all of the time that he was out there in the field, standing and then jumping up and lifting his knees as high as they could go. And when they finished up getting around his ears, he decided to lower himself back to the ground. He really went through a routine, and he showed his elation by taking that catch, by jumping up and telling everyone he was pretty chuffed. And why wouldn't he be now? Because that's third wicket falling and some speed wobbles now for the US of A. They really do need to settle and build into a big partnership.
Got the skipper here, Fazal Alam, who was so good on Thursday, notching his maiden century. He's got plenty in front of him here to do. As Trindle starts right on the money there, and the big man just had to fall across himself a bit as he just pokes it out onto the onside. They'll be looking for another breakthrough here, the Aussies, and they'll be right amongst it, won't they, with the score at 3 for 28. Trindle now into his 5th over, has 2 for 12.
Good bowling, isn't it?
Oh, and again another one just rising off a decent length. It wasn't that short, but just had a little bit extra going through to the keeper. And Festivale Alarm initially, I reckon, committed to the stroke, and then at the very last moment managed to get out of the way of it.
I'm not sure if we can pick up a replay on that, because as soon as he played and missed, he disappeared from shot, as if he went for a walk to either think about it or try and work out what the story was. He's back in action now. He shuffles across and he waits, and Trindle delivers, and he is, well, half forward, half back, and looked ungainly. Now he's got the speed wobbles again. He walks away, drags the bat along the ground, and I think he realises that this track is doing things, and he's not doing the things he wants to do at the moment. This is excellent bowling, the Australians, with Trindle 2 for 12 in his 5th over, and the US of A 3 for 28 in the 10th over.
I've got no doubt the Aussies would have watched a bit of tape of his innings against Canada, and they won't give him too much in his half of the wicket, I reckon. They'll all be short of a length, although Craig Trindle makes it live as he bowls a foolish one down the leg side, but Festivale unable to cash in. So ball is well fielded again by Milbank. He's got a smile on his dial. He's invested in the contest. Scores 3 for 28 as we get towards the end of the 10th over. Balaji Apasami not out 10. And Festivale yet to open his account. I'm sure he'll be keen to get going shortly.
It's an important stage of this game now. Is that's a wide delivery down the offside and signalled accordingly or not? I think it was.
No, clean.
I thought, but not to be. That's the end of the over, but it's a bold performance so far by the Australians. The US of A winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 3 for 28 after 10 overs. Last wicket falling with that score at 28. The men out so far, Sonny out for 4, Naveen out for 1, and it's been good bold efforts. 3 for 28 is the score after 10 overs.
Looks like we've got a bowling change from the 11th Street end. It's going to be Grant Milbank. As we said, he's certainly up and about in the contest. He's now going to be looking to take some scalps with this newish ball in the 11th over. As we just wait for the Aussies to set their field. Skipper Andrew Sharp is keen to keep a presence inside the cordon there. Still 2 slips and a gully. He's got a man at a pretty straightish point alongside of the umpire there. Got a man in the covers and also at mid-off on the onside. Forward square, mid-on. And it looks like Trindle's still at deep fine leg. So pretty much a regulation field, I guess you'd call it. But to be having the attacking presence of 2 slips still in this, the 11th over, just shows you the scales are weighed in the Australian team's favour at the moment, Pete.
Yes, and Milbank is the man who was going to see what he can do, wearing number 88 emblazoned on his back. With it 3 for 28 the score. Let's see what he can do as he rushes in now and delivers. Just outside the off stump, half a play and a miss, and through it goes. Interesting, and I'm not trying to be repetitive, but I have to say what an absolute gentleman Alain Festivale was, not only in doing the interview that we had, but afterwards having a chat in a restaurant afterwards and talking about how much he enjoyed what was going on. And I was doing the listening more than the talking, which is very surprising for me, Pat, as you would well know.
Yes.
This ball, he's forward and pushes out into the covers and there's no run. But I said to him in watching the cricket, do you know what I liked about your style? And here I am not doing an investigation of his cricketing skills, but hitting the ball straight. And he said he likes that. And I said, well, I know you do, because you hit 5 straight back over the bowler's head, and the curator in the Oval 3 suburbs away had to go and get the ball. And he loves that. And he said, if they pitch them up, I'll hit them. And guess what they haven't done so far? They haven't pitched them up.
No.
They've really done their homework, the Australians. That one wide of the off stump. And you can't hit a ball straight down the ground if it's too far to reach. And yet, it's not a wide because it's within range.
That's right. But now Festivale plays the traditional way, plays the V, plays straight, where the modern day game is very much more square of the wicket, isn't it? Trying to open up the body and the legs and hit towards the onside. But a very clean strike with the ball. We're hopeful that he'll get himself settled and we'll see some of those long bombs shortly. As the ball's just angled again with the left arm from Milbank going away from the outside edge of Apasami's bat through to the keeper Baranka.
Have we seen, or will we see, anyone play reverse sweep?
I feel more so we're likely to see that in the T20 format of the game.
Who was that went past?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but very colourful they were, weren't they?
I not sure what it was. Is the Mildura show on at the moment?
No, due in October, but maybe there's a few dress rehearsals by the look of that.
This ball pushed away on the offside just out towards backward point, and there's no run. And now that dog that we saw earlier on, or is that a different one?
No, that's the same one.
Same one. Walking around and just walking up and sniffing people. And seeming to be enjoying, although there's a bit of food out there, I think. Can you go out and get that half a sandwich if you like?
Yeah, I'll store that away for later on. So we wait for Milbank. Last ball of his first over. Left armour. Bangs into the track. It's swung away down towards the man here on the boundary, Craig Trindle. And he tidies up comfortably. And they'll reload that throw back into the keeper. So that's the end of 11. And score is 3 for 29. Apasami is 11, and the skipper, Fazal Alam, is yet to open his account.
Earlier today, we saw action, and the action was from Canada, who were bowled out for 54. And in reply, the Australia A team losing 3 wickets before they reached that total. And I want to be able to mention this guy again because it was a real thrill to see Akshar Pandya wearing number 64. He wasn't the quickest, he's not a stall gift winner, and he's not a 100 metres finalist over in Japan. But I'll tell you what, he was so chuffed when he was announced as the man of the match. He had this massive smile, and everybody went across and congratulated him. He didn't get the man of the match because he scored a lot of runs, but because he entertained, and every run that he scored was met with wild applause. It was really good to see.
Great to see that we've got the electronic scoreboard enlisted across the outer side of the ground now. You're probably a little bit obscured of it, Pete. But
thanks very much for that.
It is there as a backup plan for us should we need it. So that's always good to see.
It is. What's that in front of me? Oh, that's the oval.
Yes.
I can see that. Thank you.
Trindle continues. And this time it's patted back down the ground. No run though. The Aussies, as we said earlier, have got this field really rung up tightly inside that 30-yard circle. There's a couple of other games in progress around town, Pete, as we continue our coverage here from the John Hall Oval, now in the over-55s. One at the Altrincham Oval in Golgol. Australia batted first, made 270. Now in this second session, the Kiwis are 5 for 127 in the 28th over. So New Zealand 5 for 127 in the 28th over, chasing 271 for victory over in Golgol, as we see some field placings being adjusted here by the Australians, which almost gives me a chance to rattle through the second game. But I'll just hold that thought for now because Trindle is at the top of his mark and he's coming into Apasami once again. And nicely, compactly in behind that one and pushing out onto the offside. And at Chafee Park in Merbein, Australia A in the over 55s amassed 5 for 309, which is pretty decent going. The Spirit of Cricket World 11 in reply, a 1 for 131 in the 26th over. So they need a further 179 from tickle under 19 overs at 9.5 per over. But they do have 9 wickets still on the shed, Pete, so they've got themselves set pretty well there.
Yeah, some more runs being featured. And that's good that we are giving you the information. And I can't nominate who's responsible for the scoreboard working, but I will say well done. Well done indeed when you go into any sporting venue and you flick across and think, there's the scoreboard, but there's nothing on it. Well, that doesn't help. Well, this tells you exactly. The USA are 3 for 33 in the 12th over. They have the 2 batters that are there at the moment. Fazal hasn't scored, and Apasami is on 15. Trindle has 2 for 16 in his 6th over. And I repeat, at the risk of being too repetitive, that is brilliant when you have a scoreboard that works and you can come in and have a look and you know what's going on.
The only one red flag I'll throw up, Pete, is there 4 runs ahead of us on the MV play overlay on the screen, so I'm not sure who's actually right or not, but we've got 3 for 29 on our cards. It's helpful, but maybe not quite as helpful as it could be. It may well reset at the end of this over as Trindle again hard into the deck and through to keeper Baringa.
Well, don't forget that you can see the oval and I can't. Just remember that.
Okay.
Just remember those sorts of snippets of information that need to be passed on. And I now can discover that the men running around in gold are playing cricket against the United States of America. And I can see that, which I'm happy about.
Beautiful, mate. You've ticked in about 50 minutes to come up with that conclusion. It's nicely played. All right.
That's good.
It's final ball of the 12th over. We'll take a break shortly, as that one's a little bit wide. In fact, I think we may well just go one extra delivery because that one's called by the umpire. So hold your horses. Craig Trindle's going to come back and do it once again, but his figure's very tidy, as we've come to expect from him. 2 for 13, 1 ball remaining in this, his 6th over. Of course, in the 45 over format, Peter, 9 overs maximum per bowler. I wonder whether Craig might push through his entire 9 with a breeze at his back here. He's got them coming out nicely. And this time high up under the maker's name of the bat there of Apasami as he pushes out to the man at mid-off. No run, and at the end of 12 overs, the score is 3 for 30.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Apasami is not out 15. Festivale yet to score according to our scoreboard. Millbank has none for 1 off 1. And Trindle has off 6 overs 2 for 17. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox. And our technical gurus to my right. What they've done is they're sick and tired of accepting our positives, so they've turned the lights out so we can't see who they are now. That seems to work well, doesn't it?
Doing their best work in the dark, is that what you're saying, Walshy?
Oh, well, I was thinking about it, and yes, I will. There is a chance of a caught behind. No tickle through to Balenka. And as I see a dog gallop past the scoreboard deep in the distance, that wasn't too far away from an edge.
Well, he's gone against his way of playing from Thursday, hasn't he? He's trying to play a bit more square of the wicket across bat sort of shots. He's not playing down the line. Millbank, just that back of a length is troubling him at this stage. This time he's rocking back and hitting out onto the onside. Enlist the services of Craig Trindle, who's very tidily mopping that one up at fine leg. Gets the relay throw back into the keeper. And so the skipper's underway.
It's been a while, but still, 1 from 7. He scored 106 when we last saw him in action, and I could best say he belted the ball. And when he picked it up, I'd reckon off the tee on a par 4, he'd smack it a fair distance, wouldn't he, if he played golf? Let's just see at the opposite end as this ball is driven back down the ground in the air. But some good fielding. The Australians working well in tandem, just the 1 run. Festivale is on 1 off 7 and Balaji is on 12 off 38. It's 3 for 32 in the 13th over. Conditions good. It's sunny, but a bit fresh, but the cricket is good, and that's the most important thing now. We'll get the scores from the other venues regularly throughout our coverage of the cricket. This ball pushed away, well, only a metre or so from the crease, and there's no run. So the Australians showing they're jumping about, maybe just to keep warm because it is a bit fresh, but that's all good.
I've got that current forecast up. It's suggesting that it is 16.8, but it feels like 10.9, so that is quite cool for a mid-September afternoon.
I hadn't realised how nice your legs were either, Pat, because I'm seeing plenty of them.
Okay, thank you. I need to get a bit more colour in them. I think it's probably what I need to look at. But
well, everybody's wearing shorts, though. Well, not apart from the players, of course, but most of the guys that are doing a brilliant job in working. I haven't seen what's happening on the camera crews platform, whether they're... And this ball is hit down the ground and hit pretty well. It now lands and virtually stops. That's a wedge out of the bunker. And it stopped and didn't kick on at all, and they get back for a couple. You
want it to just die like that on the golf green, but not in the cricket outfield because unfortunately didn't get any topspin to sort of carry it through and on towards the boundary. But that'll give him some confidence. Ball that was more in his zone, and he had the back lift ready and hit beautifully through the line of the ball. So you'd expect the next one for Millbank to be that little bit back of a length, just to force him back into his crease. And this time he's having to go back on the back foot and just poking it out into the offside. And that is the end of 13 overs with the score at 3 for 34. Apasami is 12. Fazal Alam is 3. And a very tidy start from Millbank, who's gone just for the 5 runs in his opening 2 overs.
Been pretty steady, the bowling, hasn't it?
It has. They've maintained that fast-medium sort of regime. Not too sure when we'll see a little bit of pace off. We'd expect to see Simon Waddington get a look into the situation. And just as I say, who's taken his hat off and taken the ball at the Mildura Golf Resort end? The very same.
You saw him get the ball then before you said that. I was
not at all.
You.
No, I did not. I just had that sort of gut feel they were going to look to take a bit of pace off, and that's exactly the way they've decided to play here.
Yeah, we've got an update on the arrival of 2 more dogs now on the opposite side of the ground.
Sort of
And I reckon that's Sophie.
could well be. What sort of
Yeah.
specimens do you think they are? Little
The girls or the dogs?
The dogs, Labradoodles.
I don't know. Why are you asking me that?
Well, that's
They're
why
about
you're
3 suburbs away.
That's why you're going for the glasses, aren't you? Just to see what you can pick up.
No, I've got. We got a Shih Tzu.
But,
at
you
our
beg your
place.
pardon?
That's a little fella, little hunter. Those dogs, they look like there's a bit of poodle in them.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think you'd be
That's
right
pretty
there.
good, isn't it?
Yep. All right, so Waddington, as we mentioned, coming into the attack now from the Mildura Golf Resort end. Just trying to see what he's got as far as field players are concerned. So for the right-hander, he's got a man at cow corner, at deep mid-wicket. But other than that, I reckon he's pretty much got a ring field in operation here, and still a slip in play too. So the Aussies continue to really restrict the Americans' chances of scoring here. And we know what quality sort of operator Simon Waddington is, and he will have a big role to play here.
It's a testing time for him, but a good time for him. He starts in, left arm over, turn behind square for 1. They'll think about 2, and they will come back to complete the 2. Hang on, woo,
No, they
get back,
won't.
get back. He was halfway down the track, our man called Apazami, and then decided, no, I think I better get back here. And he did turn around and get back. Now, that would have been all sorts of trouble, wouldn't it not?
Well, I think the captain calls the shots, even though he's batting. Doesn't matter if he's fielding or batting. He obviously decides he wants to have a look at Waddington himself here.
Yep.
And he's very watchful in defence, pushing back to the bowler. But without any deep fielders down the ground, you sort of feel if Simon just pushes one up, elevates one a little bit further, he may well try and get underneath one here.
Well, I can't quite see past the scoreboard there, but I don't think there's anyone down there, is there? No. No, we'll see. Yeah, there it goes. Straight over the head of the fieldsman down there. And you're going to hear the clunk now, and
It's
that
gone
is
long.
the clunk now.
It's gone a long way back, that one, and obviously must be listening to our comms inside the helmet there, because he sweated on that one from Waddington. That was just a little bit over-pitched, a little bit more air in that delivery, and just plants the big size 14 down the track, and whooshka, away she went.
I just wonder too, can you go out and check to see which way the wind's blowing, please, Pat? Is he hitting with the wind behind him down that way, do you think? I'm looking at the trees.
Now, when I arrived, it was certainly coming in from the Gulf, so he'd be hitting into the wind from that end as far as probably 1:30, 2 o'clock, but it may well have switched around here late in the afternoon.
1:30 and 2 o'clock, so we're going on times now, are we? Okay! Off the edge, bouncing just shy of backward of point on the offside, and there's no run. I got excited then because that was a flay of the bat there, and he went for it, but fortunately, no danger. But this is getting to get a good feel about it now as our poodles commence. And if you don't know where they're going, you just have to follow where they've been, because you'll soon pick up the trail.
So 3 for 41, just about the back end of the 14th over. Bazal now up to 9, and Balaji Apasami is 13. He's playing the sheet anchor role as we wait on Waddington once again. Quicker that time, not allowing Fazal to get down the pitch and plant his front foot. So that's the end of the over. 3 for 41. Run rate is currently at 2.93. We're in partnership 13 from 29 in 19 minutes. So steady progression from the Americans, and you feel like this one's certainly key to them posting a very defendable total here.
Now, you can help me with this one. Do we have any way of making contact with who is responsible for the scoreboard?
That I don't know. I presume someone must be channeling through the information there. So maybe when we get a drinks break at the end of this over, we can run a reconnaissance mission and see what we can find out, Walshy. What do you reckon?
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know about you.
I'll do the legwork for you, Pete. You leave it to me.
No, I just think that we've been full of praise for what's been happening with the scorecard, but what we need to do is we need to make sure that what we're telling our viewers and listeners is exactly the same as what's on the scoreboard. As the first ball of a new over driven down the ground, they're going to come back to complete 2, and there's a bit of speed used there by the skipper, and he makes it quite easily.
We're searching for uniformity, aren't we, Peter? Uniformity. We're all in one, harnessed in one.
So we're not all over the place like a mad woman's breakfast. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm trying to say, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
So we wait for Milbank once again, none for 7 in his third over. As we approach the drinks break here in this first session. Allowed to pass through to keeper Anthony Baranka. Day night fixture this one, later start today, 3 o'clock, so we'll get through into the second session, albeit if we play at the full duration of 45, you think we'll be pretty much fully under light when we returned around about 6-ish after tea.
What are the lights like here?
Very good.
Good?
Very good, yes.
That's good.
Tempting one outside the off stump, but Apasami was the better man there. Allows it to go through to the keeper. 2 slips now, as we said, get closer to the first drinks break of this opening session. The Aussies looking to try and prize out another scalp here. 4 down, the first break.
And it's good that the confidence is shown by Baranka standing up as the wicketkeeper to one of the quickest bowlers in this Australian team. Wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. Nothing but praise for the exploits of our wicket keepers, not just in Australia but around the world, and we went through a few of their names the other day. You don't get too many bad ones, do you?
No, not at all. It was a walk down memory lane with some of those old Sheffield Shield keepers from the 80s and the 90s.
Very true. This next ball outside the off stump, and Baranka doesn't glove it cleanly when I'm wrapping him up. That one
he stopped it though. He stopped it.
It's the main thing. So we're going to have a short break after this, I think. The
drinks break.
Drinks break. 3 for 47 is one score, and 3 for 43 is the other. So what we'll try and do is, and I'm being serious here, we'll see if we can make sure that we're spitting out the same information from what's on the scoreboard and what we have in our commentary box. This ball, a plainer miss outside the off stump. That was a good ball, and the Baranka right up there does well. There's only just the 2 off that over. Waddington none for 7. 3 for 43 is the score. 3 for 43. The US of A winning the toss and batting. Hope you're enjoying our coverage coming to you from the John Hall Oval as we take a drinks break.
Introducing the 1-hour Spirit of Cricket presentation, an educational, engaging and entertaining short course that instills the true spirit of cricket. We believe in sportsmanship, fair play, respect, integrity and gratitude. These are the keys to playing cricket in its purest form. Ready to reinforce these values at your club or school? Contact the Spirit of Cricket to book a workshop today. Let's keep the spirit of cricket alive.
From the toss of the coin to the last wicket falls, it's about
Welcome back to our coverage from the John Hall Oval. This is a week of substance. It's all about cricket. It's all about what we're trying to tell you, and we're going to continue that with the global spirit of cricket Festivale. Peter Walsh with you in the chair with Pat Silcox, who'll be back in a second, and I'll be talking to Raj Badari in just a moment, the vice captain of this team from the United States, who are 3 for 43. Balaji is 15 and Fazal is 9. And we start the 16th over. First ball is pushed away on the offside and there's no run. Raj, I've seen your smiling face at breakfast and during a wander around Mildura, and you and your team seem to be enjoying us very much.
Absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. This is a dream come true kind of a setup for us. Nothing can get better. Such a wonderful ground, and looks like the skipper hit a wonderful cover drive.
On cue, he was listening. He moves to 13 and it's 3 for 47. Now, how many times have you been to Australia?
So personally, I've been here for almost, this is my 5th trip.
All about cricket?
No, some for business, and this is my 2nd trip for cricket with the Team USA, the first time.
The first time. All right. Well, during the next few overs, we'll have a chat to you about what's going on as Waddington, who's in his 2nd over, has no wicket for 11, and he starts in and bowls to Fazal, who's on the drive and tries to knock it away on the offside. Through it goes into the pads of Barenka, and there's no run. What do you think of our place? What do you think of our country?
It's a wonderful place, Mildura. I'm loving each and every bit of our trip here. The downtown has been fantastic. The river bank and the hospitality, the people here are just wonderful. And what Telf has put in, the right from the meet and greet to
Yes.
is another beautiful shot over long off.
Straight down the ground, he hits the ball and they stay hit. Fazal on 17 and the half century is up 3 for 51. When you came out this time with the United States of America team, what were your thoughts on how you'd go in this tournament?
First of all, we knew we had to compete with some very, very good teams. Playing Australians in Australia is not going to be easy. So and also for us, we had a little bit of a problem of availability. We have been playing a lot of cricket in US, but fortunately we have come up with a competitive team.
Now the next ball is driven in the air over the top. It's going a long way. Has it cleared the rope? It's hard to tell from here. No, it's a boundary. So he knows you're here. Your boss knows you're having a chat, and he's going to say, listen there, I'm going to hit the ball. And he has had 3 boundaries in this over, and the score is 3 for 55.
Yeah, now they have pushed the fielder to the boundary, and I think he'll be a little bit careful.
So, now, we talked about cricketers from India. Where are you from?
I'm from India, from Pune.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And now New Delhi and
Bombay and Chennai and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And we talked about the next shot, which is another powerful blow. This is an over of substance. Monstrous striking, and the crowd really appreciating the fact that he's gone dot ball 4, dot ball 4, 4, 4. It's like a golf swing. The score now is 3 for 59 with Fazal on 25. Have you seen anybody from the United States in your team hit the ball harder or longer than him?
No, he's the hard hitter. He hits it miles and miles away. Some of his sixers have gone out of the stadiums in Grand Prairie, where we play in Dallas, and I think he's on his best form right now. He's just scored a century. I was so lucky to be the partner when he hit that ball. So
106 he made.
Yeah, he 106 in 84 balls. So that was a
Extraordinary.
blistering knock.
We've got Raj Badari, who is the vice captain of the team, who's sitting with yours truly, Peter Walsh, and Pat Silcox will be back in a sec. Now, my friend, tell me, what do we see when you bat? What sort of a batsman are you?
So I bat right hand. I typically can bat from top order to middle order, anywhere. Fortunately, I've played most number of matches for Masters, so carry some experience.
Why did you get involved in Masters? Couldn't you give it away? Were you just wanted to get older and so you could fit in different categories?
No, definitely not. I think this Masters has changed our lives.
Really?
Most of our hours. We have been working on our fitness. We call it as the second inning. Our founder, Parag Ananta, he is a fitness geek. So he makes everyone know about the importance of how other teams are fitter than us, and if we have to compete, the most important thing is to stay fitter.
Okay, how many would be, now I know the squad there is a certain number of players who can come out with you, but have you got a lot that would be pushing hard for perhaps the next trip? There's a lot of cricketers back in your home country.
We do have a good bench right
Do
now.
you?
We have almost 50 plus improbables.
Oh, really?
Yes, and so we do have a good system in place from regional. So we have 6 regional teams from 4 zones competing to secure top 3 spots to play into nationals, which is a competition of 12 teams.
Yes.
And then out of those, we choose or we select the zonal teams. So we have 4 zones: South, North, Central, East, and West zone. And from those zonal teams, then we select the international squad.
Nearing the completion of this over from Millbank. He's bowled 3.5 overs, none for 7. It's 3 for 59. Fazal is 25. Balaji is 15. Peter Walsh and Raj
But just a
Badari.
word of the spirit. I mean, this is one of a beautiful shot from Balaji. He pulled a shot and
Just a couple of runs. It's out onto the mid-wicket boundary, so they're back for 2. And the runs continue to flow. That was bold and brave. 2 off the over from Millbank. 61 for 3, the United States playing Australia.
Yeah, one of the biggest advertisements I would see, and what we should take back, each and every Masters organization, is the message that is given by Spirit of Cricket. I mean, the seminar that we had clearly mentioned a lot of aspects, right from respecting your opponents,
Yes.
respecting your team players, giving respect to the umpires, and also having fun within each other. So the camaraderie that we see in the team and within the teams is absolutely unique in Masters,
Yeah,
and
yeah, good
especially with the Spirit of Cricket, with Delph laying the rules out that nothing else but the spirit is higher than the game.
Where are you living in the United States?
So I live in San Francisco.
Is that good?
Oh, beautiful.
But what about cricket? Is there much there?
So it's getting up there. We now have Major League. If you have heard of it, it is.
Yes.
It is the 3rd most watched league after IPL, then BBL, and then the MLC.
Yes.
If it's bigger than the Caribbean Premier League in terms of viewership. So a lot of international players come and play there, and which I think now has grown from the ground roots, because there are a lot of schools now adopting to play cricket. Not a lot, but I think they have started to have cricket in their physical education curriculum.
Are you from a cricketing family?
Not core, but even my mother, who I just lost a few months ago,
Oh, I'm sorry.
she won't miss a single ball of my cricket match. She would be
Is she a
glued
good
to-
supporter?
She is a fantastic supporter. I mean, my mom never missed a single ball of Sachin Tendulkar when she was playing.
Is
So
that right? Yes. Did she play cricket?
she did not, but she was a
No.
sportsman actually,
Okay.
but did not play cricket.
Now, you talked about Sachin Tendulkar, and Sunil Gavaskar fits into that category too. And
Yeah, absolutely. So Sunil Gavaskar was at my home a couple of weeks ago
Oh,
for
was
a
he?
dinner. Yeah.
were you there?
I was there, a couple of
Oh,
weeks ago
wonderful.
in San Francisco. So you'd
Yes.
come for
So do you get to be visited, and do you keep contact with some of the Indians who are playing in their own country's team?
Yeah, I do. So last year Rohit Sharma came and visited my house, and
Right.
also it was good to have.
So who
as
were
an
you
enemy.
emulating when you were playing cricket? Who did you want to
my
be?
idol was Gavaskar for sure.
All right,
I
yes.
mean, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So my brother always wanted to support Kapil Dev, and my idol was always Sunil Gavaskar.
Are you ever going to go back and live in India?
I do go because my business takes me there. I have
So what sort of business?
I'm an entrepreneur. I have a couple of companies that I run.
Finance.
Fintech. It is a software technology for banks.
Banks. Well, I've got no idea what banks do or don't do, so I go there and try to draw money out, and that doesn't work. So we won't go with the banks. But you've got a happy team here. The score at the moment is 3 for 63, with Festivale on 25 and Balaji on 17. That's the US of A score, and we're in the 18th over, and I've got...
Yeah, and I can tell you that most of even though it is past midnight in USA, I'm pretty sure most of the Masters players are watching this telecast, and we should give it to the organizers, to everyone, and TALF and the team, and especially to you, Walsh, because the commentary makes it more interesting than anything. So thank you so much.
But you make it interesting for us because you come up and you talk to us and you give us details, and that's what it's all about.
It's another boundary, I guess.
I don't think there's anyone out here to feel that it's driven magnificently away on the offside for square boundary for 4.
Just makes it.
There's a few people making noises out there. Did you bring a busload of USA people here today?
I mean, the enthusiasm is really good.
It's true. Now, Festivale is 29 of 25 deliveries. Balaji is 17. It's 3 for 65. The last wicket fell with a score of 28, and they are zooming along. What's your message? What's your message to get out to them now? You've got your pads on. Are you expecting to go in soon?
Yeah, I'll be going number 7. But the message is to take it deep. At least play till 25th over without losing a wicket. Not really worry about scoring fast, because we will have a good launch pad if we have 6 or 7 wickets in hand in the last 20 overs.
Will you make the finals?
We are very confident.
Right.
We are very confident. I mean, the team is...
You're not saying too much, are you?
I mean, we lost our first game a little bit badly.
Yeah, you lost a lot of early wickets in that game,
A lot of
didn't
early
you?
wickets. We were 13 for 5, and we couldn't recover from there. And we're also a little bit jet lagged.
How long did it take you to get to Australia?
So for me, I had a direct flight of 16 hours to Melbourne, and then a layover of 3 hours and an hour, so 21 hours maybe.
Long time.
But some of them have traveled 26, 27 hours because they had to take a one stop in US itself.
Is it all worthwhile?
Absolutely worthwhile. I mean, I love Australia. I mean, it's one of the dream countries to be here, especially when the weather is like this and beautiful grounds, and also such a lovely organization conducting the tournament. So it has been fantastic.
I've got a few more questions before we hand you back to Pat Silcox, and one of them is, have you had the chance to see much of Australia this time? With its score here at 3 for 66, Festivale is 30, and Balaji is 7 after 18 overs.
Yeah, so yesterday was a good day. The team went to Mungo Park and they enjoyed it. I mean, I had to stay back because I had to prepare. My son is getting married on 27th.
Oh, really?
My wife gave me the permission to go and play, but I would
here we
work.
go. What's your wife's name?
Shilpa.
Shilpa. Now, do you want to send her a cheerio? Would she be watching now?
Absolutely, she would be watching. My son, kids and all, they must be watching. And
how many kids have you got?
I have a son and a daughter.
I see.
And both of them, they are software engineers. So this is my son Tejas. Yeah, he's watching with his wife Payal, and also Ria will be watching it as well. So we're very, very proud of my family because they support me.
Right, yep. It's interesting you're making these comments because the Indian women belted Australia the other night. They won that series. They're going well, aren't they?
They're going well, and they're playing now today as well. After this game, it's going to be telecasted, so it's going to be an interesting match.
So does it get on the radio or just on television when you're back in San Francisco? Not in India, of course, you're not living there, but does it get much coverage in the United States of America?
So, yes, we have a dedicated TV channel, Willow TV.
Yes.
And which caters to a lot of local leagues now. The minor league is shown there, which is almost, it goes for 4 months. So we have cricket live 4 months.
Oh, right.
And then there is a major league which goes for a month. So out of 12 months, we have at least 4 to 5 months of cricket played in US.
Will you be interested in when the Englishmen are arriving and they're playing the first test against Australia at the end of November, and then we've got our Ashes?
Yes.
Are you interested in Test cricket?
Absolutely. I mean, that is one of my checklists on my bucket list is to go and watch a Boxing Day.
You've never
match.
been?
I have never been.
Oh, mate, once you get inside that MCG, you'll never get out.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because, and I heard there was a football match
Last
night. You were
99,000 people were there.
I
and
know.
my team lost, so we'll move on from that, will we? We won't talk
it's a
about
tough
that.
loss, I know.
But almost 100,000 people, and there's another game this evening that starts at 5:15 Australian time, and the two sides that are playing, it's guessed that they will get over 100,000, so that's 200,000 at
in
the
2
same
days.
venue in 2 days.
My goodness.
So how many would you get at a game that you played back in San Francisco in your league? How many people?
So locally we have in Auckland A's, we had this major league.
Yes.
So the highest number of people turned for those were 10,000 plus.
That's good.
That was good in one of the games. It was a rivalry between San Francisco Unicorns and Texas Super Kings.
Who do you play for?
There is a big
There's a
wicket
catch
there.
as we're talking. The ball nudged away on the offside in the air, and Milbank. It's the smiling Milbank takes the catch, and that is a most important wicket. But Balaji and Fazal were really punishing the Australians. We're getting the score along quickly, and Nish takes the catch off the bowling of Milbank for 17. It's now 4 for 68. Let's have a look at the replay of that important wicket. Bowling by Milbank, and that ball in the air. Good catch too, falling forward. And that's what you love to see when the fieldsman is on his toes, lunging forward, and the ball is caught and accepted gleefully. So the Australians, well, they're happy. It's 4 for 68. We'll have a quick chat for a few more questions before we have Pat Silcox coming back in and saying hello, but that's a good wicket.
Oh, that was a very, very, very important wicket because they were building a very crucial partnership. And as we have spoken, he can actually stay on the wicket and then accelerate later.
Yes.
So we have lost an important wicket. I mean, had he stayed for 5 to 6 more overs, then we would have a better launching pad. But we have a deep batting lineup.
Sure, but you've got your pads on and you don't look nervous at all, so you're not expecting to go out straight away, are you?
No. I think he is a good bat. He made 60 odd runs yesterday.
Yep.
Shrikant Murthy. He has a couple of centuries back home. So in a T20 match, he hit a blistering century.
Well, you've got a font of knowledge. You love your cricket, and all of the USA people, the general manager who gave us the stats on what was going on, and it seems to me it's a very happy camp.
Oh, it is, and I think the friendship and the fun that we have, we simply feel that we have gone back into our college or school days, literally. So not only we encourage and back everyone, but we pull each other's legs and we have fun with each other without any forms. So we are enjoying this team a lot.
Very true. First ball of the new batsman outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper, who doesn't take it cleanly, Baranka, but there's no run. And getting on with the other teams is really important. You go down to breakfast and there mightn't be too many seats at tables, but if there's a spare seat, you go and sit and you engage, is like what we're doing.
Yes.
Have a chat, talk, and the question that I'll pose to you now before we move on, and that's a question regarding Billy Bowden, the umpire. Have you ever heard of Billy before this trip?
That is the most loved umpire, especially in India and for us.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we always, in our days, we had Dickie Bird.
Dickie Bird,
and,
yes, of course.
David Shefford, who do the with even one leg and 1-1-1.
Yes, of course.
So, but Billy is unique. He has his unique style, and people actually love him in India. For
Whack
sure.
down the ground, the next ball short, lifted in the air, down to where the cameraman down there doesn't have to jump off the scaffold. He just watches it bounce past and into the picket fence. What a lusty blow that was, and hit superbly. That was a twat down the ground. 30 getting off the mark with a 4 It's 4 for 72. And just a couple of very quick questions. When you do go back, you're going to take back lots of good memories of Australia.
And that is for sure. I mean, win or lose, I think we think that this tournament will create a lot of good memories for us.
Yep.
Especially a lot of good learning, because playing against quality sides, it's a rarity to play with them in the local settings. And on top of that, I think the hospitality, everyone, I mean every staff in the hotel, to all of you guys have made us feel that we are at home.
Well, it works the other way, my friend. Works the other way. Now, give a cheerio to, is it your son who's getting married?
Tejas and Payal, my daughter-in-law. Yes.
Tejas and Pyle.
Yes.
What beautiful names.
Yeah, they are.
So you're paying for the wedding through your bank, are you?
No, they both are paying for that. I mean, yes. Yeah.
And where are they getting married?
In San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're a bit slow with the mail here. Haven't got our invitation yet, but I'm sure it'll be
Of course, you're
exciting.
most welcome.
No, look, thank you so much for popping up and saying hello. Please take back to your friends that are plentiful here our very best wishes to, and to all of those who might be enjoying our coverage. And thank you for saying hello, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. And I would like to give a shout out to so many who worked to make this tournament happy from the USA side. I mean, right from Parag Ananta, who is our founder, but there are so many behind the scene, like Arun Vitala, there's Adnan Rao, and Sushil Bhatt, Shahanawaz himself. He is very, very busy in managing all these things. And I mean, I can go on and on with the names. We know then we have a board, and all the board members and the EC members, they toil day in, day out. So thank you so much. This has been a fantastic tour.
One other question. I've got a friend who's from India now, who's recently been received in Australia, and now he's got his visa, etc. Everything's sorted out. And I'm going to tell you, after I asked you this question, he told me how many languages he could speak. How many languages can you speak?
I can speak 4 languages.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's
4.
it.
He can speak 9.
And a lot of computer languages. So that doesn't count though.
Well, this man's name, he's a journalist, is Bharat Sundarajan.
Oh, Bharat
You know
Sundarajan. No. I mean,
you know Harsha Bogle?
Oh, yeah, very much. Yeah, I know him.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'll tell Bharat that you've never heard of him.
Oh, Bharat Sundarajan. Yeah. He did commentary. Yeah, in the yes.
Well, I'll be able to tell him that I know someone that's bigger than you, Bharat. I know. And thank you, my friend. It's been very kind of you to join us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Just leave one of those track sets for me when you head
Absolutely.
up.
My pleasure.
Okay, good. Okay. That's our man there, Bharat, who was with us and having a chat to us. And look, it's all good because Bharat Rajendra, the vice captain of the United States of America team, as this next ball is whacked away on the onside out to the boundary for 4. Some good strong bowl batting, and thank you for organising for that chat there, Pat. We weren't too sure as to what was going on, because when he headed towards us, he had his pads on.
He did.
And I thought, well, if there's a quick wicket, we've got some strife. 4 for 77. Meriti is 8. Fazal is 32. It's 4 for 77 coming up to the completion of the 20th over.
Yeah, getting around the ground and having a chat to a few people. I'm having some really good conversations with Chilla, just about some Australian cricket folklore from the 70s and 80s, which has been entertaining, and been really entertained by the Americans, who've certainly made some good positive strides since I was last behind the microphone. And of course that man again, Fazal Alam, he's got himself up to 32 now from 29 deliveries. And as part of some of the discussions that we had around the ground, Pete, was the fact that the Aussies early were pretty wise trying to bowl into the pitch, but then, you know, as he got his confidence up, they started to pitch the ball up again, and he was just enjoying his time hitting down the ground.
He's loving it out there.
He is, isn't he?
He might want to see the curator and take some of this turf back to San Francisco.
Could be right. As we wait here on Prashant Sarma. Number 10. Last ball of his second over. Ball is uppish and outside the off stump. Anthony Branco just pads it away. And there we go. The end of 20. Score is 4 for 77. Shrikant is 8. And Fazal Alam is 32. Milbank, who's our other man in operation from the 11th Street end, 1 for 15 from his 5 overs. You might take the opportunity to have a look at those bowling figures, Walshy. So Morris, who opened up earlier in this first session. 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 16. Craig Trindle very tidy, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13. As I mentioned, Milbank has 1 for 15 from his 5. The slower bowlers have certainly been targeted by the Americans, certainly by going at the figures. Waddington 23 from his 2 overs, which is very un-Waddington-like. And Sharma none for 10 from his 2. So bit of pace off from the Australians, but it seems to be a little bit towards the US's liking because they've really hopped into them, haven't they?
Yeah. And perhaps we're seeing you're on a roll, my friend. Just a quick call of the card for those that might have just joined us as to with the US of A winning the toss and batting, who went, how they went and what the score was.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment as we just wait to see Milbank set his field. So first man out was Sonny Singh. He was out, caught Ryan, bowled Morris for 4. The score was 1 for 4. That was in a very action-packed first over of the game, actually, as we called it from our broadcast position. Second man out was Naveen Peardas. He was at Corporanka bowled Trindle for 1. Of course, a bit of conjecture about no ball call on that one, so we sort of had to stop and wait for that decision as we wait for Milbank now. Bowls into the pitch and Alama's just flat batting it there. He's going to have to run quickly and we'll wait on his decision. I think he may have just made his ground there, but my goodness, put himself under tremendous pressure, the skipper there. No call by the umpire, but safely through on the end, so he takes his tally to 33. Score is 4 for 78. Next man to go was Pete Hawthorne. He was caught Milbank bowled Trindle for 11. With the score at 28, so 3 for 28. And we just recently saw Balaji Appasamy out with a score at 68, 4 for 68, and he was caught niche, bowled Milbank for 17.
So there's been a mixed bag for the Australians, but most importantly, we've been able to get these wickets fairly consistently as this is in the air. It's going to be falling shy of the mark. It looked for a minute as if Craig Trindle was going to get there, but then all of a sudden it dipped and he didn't, and there was no chance of taking a catch.
Yeah, he had to make a good 25 metres to get to that ball, and he was oh so close, but not quite there at the end. So a little bit of luck there for the Americans, but that's what you need, Walshy, in a big game like this. A bit of luck to go your way. As we get a chance here to have another look on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay. Swung high into the air. And as we can see, Trindle making his ground. Geez, he closed quickly, but just couldn't quite get there in the end.
No, it wasn't too far away, but it's all good. This ball hit back down the ground, long and strong and straight for the 1-2. Third bounce in a misfield. And they're only going to take the 2. It was given a tonk and a half. It
just
went
the 1, I reckon, Walshy. Yeah.
Well, very slow off the mark. And just the 1 being recorded. And I think we're in sync now with the scoreboard over there too. I think so.
Could be right.
Let's just wait and see. What you making a phone? I'm sorry, on the phone. You're ringing if Chilla's gone home from the Mildura trot. It's 4 for 80. That's the score. 4 for 80. Next ball, square of the wicket, out towards backward point for 4. Hit cleanly, hit with precision and with power, and most importantly with placement. And Billy do me a hero. He does it all right. He does the little flick with the wobbly digit. And that's 4 for 84. Meriti is 13 and Fazal is 34. And you're talking to someone who speaks so fluently in the English language, the vice captain. And what are you doing after all this? You know, what's happening going home? And his son's getting married in San Francisco, which is all good, and et cetera, et cetera. And what about you? What are you doing? I've got to fill in my time with sorting out a few banking problems, and I've got a few. Can you talk to me about? Oh, he's good. Nice bloke.
Yeah. Here's Milbank. Getting a little bit of extra zip on that one. Nicely pouched there by Milbank behind the stumps. So we're just about through 21 overs here. 4 for 80 for the US. Going at just over 4 and over, so it's been a pretty decent start. Lost a couple of early ones, but that partnership between Balaji and Fazal was certainly crucial, taking the score from 28 to 68. They need another good one here, don't they?
I do.
And nicely played there, allowing that one to pass through to the keeper, Shukant. So that's the end of 21 overs, and the score, the United States are 4 for 84. We're back after this. here at the John Hall Oval.
We didn't go anywhere. What do you mean we're back here?
All the viewers went to a sponsor break there, but we haven't moved. But we're keen to get back into it again here in the 22nd over. Americans winning the toss, batting first, 4 for 84.
Now, if I said flowers in your hair, what would be the song that I would want you to identify that is significant with our last guest?
Well, it's certainly got the word San Francisco in it somewhere,
Correct.
hasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. That sounds like a big wedding coming up, doesn't it?
It does. My goodness, yeah. One for the ages, you would have thought. So Sharma is continuing from the Mildura Golf Resort end.
We might only fly 23 hours to get over there and then to find that we're at the wrong place. It's a big one, and aren't they such a proud nation?
Yes. Yeah. From my recollection of San Fran, Peter Walsh, very hilly, very mountainous. Lots of uphill climbs on the walk, on the trolley carts, all that sort of stuff.
Yes, a lot of pride in where they're filling in their time, their space. Now, I just see Pat making a complete mess of our table of information sharing that we've got in front of us, but still, whilst that's happening,
trying to ensure that our scoreboard stays alive and doesn't run out of battery, Walshy. That's what I'm trying to do.
Good. I'm sure you know what you're doing, because I certainly don't. First ball is hit where? Down the ground on the onside. They'll get one, and they'll think about a second. That's not going to be the case. Picked up there, and the big long throw from Andrew Kratzman is in the deep. And the score with that couple moves to 4 for 84. 21st over now, just starting. 4 for 85 it is now. Meriti is 13, and Festivale is at the non-strikers end, and he's on 34. Interesting stage of this game now. You're not too sure as to which way it's going to swing.
It's true. They'll need to continue to build this partnership. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket here. Certainly not the skipper, because he seems to be the man that really gets that run rate ticking along. And he's looking pretty comfortable again, isn't he? It certainly was that case on Thursday over in Goal, and he's got himself another good start here, 35 from 32. So it's Sharma. Continuing with his leg spin. Oh, bowls that one short into the pitch, and the United States unable to take advantage there. Some nice fielding while the Aussies inside the ring. Allows them to keep the single at bay there. So 4 for 86, and this the 22nd over. We've got some interested spectators at this one this afternoon, doing their circuits around the ground, getting their best vantage points.
Is that just because they want to work out how many steps they've taken for the day?
It might be a combination of the both, Walshy.
That's good exercise, isn't it? No doubt about that.
Oh, we've seen a brilliant catch taken there. Is that Stephen Mace? He's got the long sleeves on. Gee whiz. Didn't have the best day in the cordon on Thursday at Goal, but gee, he moved beautifully to his left, our right, as we watched it there. And that's a fantastic catch, and Sharma gets his first wicket as we take in the Enjoy One action replay once again. It's Steve Mace, crouched down there, flashing shot, and very comfortably taken, and kept his balance on the way to the ground too, which is always important, Peter, because you can take the catch in the midriff there, but once you hit the ground, sometimes hard to hang on to that, but he really clung to it firmly. Made it look easy.
He did, and wasn't the exercise by the Australians so to the fore. They all raced across and said, well done. And why wouldn't they? Because that catch was taken, and the important breakthrough comes with a score at 86. So it's 5 for 86, that partnership. A quick fire 18 runs, but unfortunately the wicket falling. Fazal is 35. Gardez, the new batsman. Sharma has picked up 1 wicket, and that's the wicket now that gives the Australians, I think, the advantage with half in the shed and the better batsman, except the one that we've got out there now, to do most of the heavy work towards the end of the innings.
This actually might be airman Raj Badari, who's headed out there. I just thought I caught the Raj on the back of his shirt as he was heading out towards the middle. He did say he was the next man in after the wicket previously to fall, so I reckon there we go. Rajendra has just been reinstalled onto the NV play overlay there as we see one of the local Magpies getting ready for the big clash tonight against the Lions, which is due to get underway, Walsh, in about half an hour, I reckon.
Yes, yeah, fair distance for that Magpie to fly to get to the MCG, but another big game. Of course, last night it was Geelong 1 point the difference at half-time, but they sped away and beat Hawthorn by 30 points. And the man who was in his middle 30s played an absolute blinder. And for those that are listening in San Francisco, apologies, but there's a man called Patrick Dangerfield. That's not a bad name for a sports person. Just think about it, Dangerfield.
Dangerfield, yeah.
Dangerfield. And he was outstanding last night. And Geelong are in the grand final next week. And tonight it's the Brisbane Lions who won the grand final last year. They play Collingwood, known by many as the Magpies, and known by those who don't like Collingwood as the Sagpies.
There you go. So 5 for 86. Sharma looking to build upon his wicket tally here. As Pat Adair's just getting himself organised out in the middle. As we approach 4:45 local Mildura time. Be interesting to see when the lights will come into play and take effect, Walshy. Sunset's normally around that sort of mid-6 sort of point, so we might just get them on just prior to the tea adjournment, but certainly second session will be exclusively under floodlights.
Nice shot, cut behind point, no run straight to the fieldsman. I must now pay tribute and be complimentary to the man who just gave us that interview, because when he walked in and sat down with us, he's got the pads on, he's the vice-captain of the team. They've got to win this game to try and push for a semi-final spot. He sat there as cool and as calm as you would have anticipated, talked about everything, and now he's out there batting. It's not bad, is it?
A man of many talents. As this time he's taken the ball onto the onside. No man out in the deep there, so they should get back for a couple. Nice return from the deep, just makes them scurry through. Good work from Andrew Kratzman there as we get through the end of the 22nd over. 5 for 88, the USA. Pat Adair 2. Fazal Alami's 35, and that run rate is smack on 4. Pretty much around about the halfway point of this first session.
And when you can, if you can, just a few scores of the other matches. The one that we saw earlier this morning that was over before you could really get yourself organised and read the Saturday paper, but then ask the question here, what day of the week is it? That's the biggest question, because we're sort of been...
Saturday, I reckon.
Saturday.
Would I be right? Yeah.
Well, you could be, but it's a day that we will remember because we can forget what it is.
Yes.
Now, earlier on, Canada all out for 54. James took 4 for 13. Simmons 2 for 5. Singh made 20. And the Australian A team were 3 for 55 to win that game and win it quite well. But that was good fun earlier on. And now there's the new ball, or the new ball of the new over, if that makes more sense. And it's knocked down towards the boundary. And in doing so, they'll get a couple. It's the partnership now starts to build. Very, very small addition to what's going on. Fazal on 35. Rajendra is on 2. And the score is 5 for 88.
A little bit uppish, that last one from the US skipper. Bit of extra kick off a length from Milbank. As he continues, left arm over the wicket from the 11th Street end here at the John Hall Oval. This time, Alarm is very watchful, just allowing that one to scurry through towards the keeper. We've got 2 over 55 games which are currently being played around town, and we'll give you an update on that very, very shortly. In fact, after this next delivery from Milbank. In his 7th over, has the figures of 1 for 24. Been a solid spell here. Pushes up that fuller length delivery this time. Alarm takes it down the ground. Waddington will tidy up at long on, so they get through for the single. Now, Australia playing New Zealand in the O50's. The Aussies made 270 in the first session, and the Kiwis are just about toast, I reckon, Walshy. 9 for 218 after 41, so 4 overs to go. They need a further 53 with 1 wicket remaining. And we've also got Australia A in the O50's playing the Spirit of Cricket World 11. Spirit of Cricket World 11 are 5 for 193. 38 overs gone there, chasing the tally of 5 for 309. So looks like both the Australian teams will enjoy the spoils and those other games underway around town, Walshy.
Yes, those big scores, aren't they? The 309 scored, and we saw the US of A, they got the score of over 300 when they batted earlier on. And it made it good for us. 7 for 320 was their score. That was monstrous. And they're doing really well. And it's interesting that these guys have got to get themselves organised. They finish this game, then they have to be rubbed down. There might be some sore muscles, get all that sorted out. It's just full on every day, not even the days when they're not playing, because their bodies still have to be looked after.
Spot on. Walshy just had an update from Airman Chiller to the left of us. Looks like that game between Australia and New Zealand, the over-55s, is now complete, with the Kiwis being bowled out for 220. So a 51-run victory by the Australians and the over-55s, who have been in really good form over the past couple of days.
Yes, they have. There's no doubt about it. And so has Chiller been in good form in the last few days. But still, he's throwing his plaudits at Anthony Telfer, and of course we all are, because Telfer's the key man. But Chiller, I know, and I'm not trying to embarrass him, but he did a lot of solid work and constant liaison with Billy Bowden to try and make sure that he was going to come. And I've got to tell you that we're just so thrilled that he's here. I've had a few conversations with him, and I had a conversation with him that lasted about 30 seconds last night, and he said he was bored, so we moved on from that.
You weren't talking about the Hawks by any chance, were you?
But he's just such a wonderful character, and talks to everybody and anybody. And so does Chiller. And we've got these characters here, and they all meld in together. It's like a big pot of stew, and they're all mixed in together, and they all come out. The end result is it's got to be a good tournament for everybody, and this is what's happening here. So without picking them out and going one at a time, let's say well done to everyone, and of course the players and the officials and everybody, because it's good that we get the access and we get the access to pass it on.
The game's full of characters, Walsh, isn't it? There's no ifs, buts or maybes about that. And it's just great to have everybody enjoying this great game that we know and love of cricket. And a great venue here in Mildura, and of course across the border in Wentworth and Golgol as well, taking in all of these big fixtures as we roll through this 45-over period ahead of the big T20 games, which will commence mid-next week, which we're all looking forward to, as Sharma pitches that one up nicely, and Fazal Alarm just gets in behind it there, pushes back onto the onside. So we're just casting our eye around the field at the moment, Walshy. We can see a man at deep mid-wicket. There's also pretty square long off and a man at long on as well. So they're trying to protect that straight hit from the big man. It seems to be his modus operandi, isn't it? If he gets one in his zone, he's going to go. This time he's just going to flat bat that one nicely behind point there towards third man. They'll get through for a couple. Originally the call was for the throw to go to the bowler's end, but ends up getting back to the keeper. And Alarm moves his score up to 40, so he's looking at another half century.
Yes, and hasn't had too many difficulties. Started slowly, but the comment from Badari, who was the vice-captain, was, all right, he was just working out what the track was doing and if there was any uneven bouncer, etc. And then all of a sudden, as is the case, not with him, the catch is taken on the drive, hit very, very hard indeed. That whistle to Andrew Sharp, that was, pardon the pun intended, a sharp catch. That was, if there was a police radar gun, that would have been over the speed limit, that ball. It flew off the blade, and Sharp got across and did just that. Took the catch. Let's have a look. How fast or how much speed did that ball pick up? Have a look as he hit the ball very cleanly. Whack. Away it goes, and it's knocked him back half a peg or two, and that's a big wicket for the Australians. Let's have another look. Come on, Sharpie. What do you reckon about this one, old boy? Hit hard and well taken. Well taken indeed, and he throws the ball in the air with ecstasy. Why not? That's a big wicket at 6 for 93. That was hit powerfully, and importantly, the skipper has to walk off.
Had himself really well positioned there, the skipper for Australia, Andrew Sharp. He was right on that 30-yard circle there, fielding at mid-off. Didn't really have to move too much. It comes straight at him, got himself into a great position, and a vital scout for the Australians. Looked like Alarm was potentially the one that might have got away through the midsection of this first session, maybe got the Americans up to that 150-200 mark, but now some questions to be asked of the lower and middle order as we see Gary Arley is the new man to come to the wicket. They'll just need to settle over the next 3 or 4 overs just to reassess the situation, Walshy. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket or two here because it could get away from them quickly.
No, that's very true, and I'm disappointed. You know, we don't barrack for anyone when we're calling. We just hope that it's an even contest. But when you're seeing some bright batting, and then there's always that possibility you're going to see a few, I don't know if there are any bats up here in the trees, are they? But if they would have been scared out of their nests because he was hitting the ball that hard and with so much strength and power that even if you weren't supporting the Australians and you were here, you'd be enjoying that sort of cricket, that sort of style. And unfortunately, we've seen him after getting 106 in his last dig, being dismissed for 40, caught sharp old Sharma for that total. 6 for 93 is the total.
So Sharma's fought back really well here because he was a little bit expensive in his opening couple of overs, but now 2 for 16, midway through his fourth. He can start to apply a little bit more pressure with his field placings now. He'll bring a few in, I reckon, off the fence. The new man at the crease. They're certainly providing plenty of protection on that offside. We've got a slip in place. Man at a deep point on the ring who's just being adjusted now to come into a catching, almost a catching position there. Man on the cut grass square at short cover. So going to be difficult to score on the offside. And of course the leg spinner will be taking the ball away from the right-hander, so that's where he's going to be looking to try and find the runs. Ball of foolish length is just bunted away onto the onside. Bit of confusion. Non-striker's had to dive back there to make his ground.
Just interested in your thoughts then. Before he bowled the ball, the new batsman batting well outside his leg stump.
He is, isn't he? He's really got an open stance.
He has. That was a full toss, that one, so it was all right for him to just lean forward and pat it away. And that one, he comes across the crease when the ball is bowled. There's a fair few things you've got to think of, and he'd know all that. He'd be worked out just before he went out there.
You just feel, though, that if he's got that open stance and batting outside leg, he's a big chance to nick off, isn't he? So we see this replay of the ball just squirting away onto the onside, the run-out opportunity. Ball wasn't quite clean enough back to the bowler, but good pressure nonetheless.
And he could be told to nick off the way things are going out there.
So there we go, the end of 24, 6 for 93 at the USA. Batting first after winning the toss here at the John Hall Oval in Mildura. Day 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, and a lot of the boys, of course, had plenty to do during their day of rest. We might converse about that after this short break.
It begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete Cricket Solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Yeah, welcome back here to the John Hall Oval. I was just delving deep into some of the great pastimes that some of the players have immersed themselves in on tour here in Southern Asia over the past couple of days. Trentham Estate is certainly one that catches the eye across the border in New South Wales. You can relax over a long lunch at Trentham's, seasonal dishes, award-winning wines and a Murray River view that really is like no other. So for all the details on places to go across the border in New South Wales, visit the Wentworth Visitor Centre at 61 Darling Street, Wentworth.
And some information to be shared, and I do apologise in advance. I know that there are a lot of people that don't follow the Australian rules football game, but there was a game played last night, and Hawthorn forward Marbia Shoal will miss the club's opening 3 matches of next season for his tackle on the Geelong defender Tom Stewart.
Gee whiz.
Stewart is unavailable for the grand final next week because of the concussion rule, and this ball of the first next over is just swatted down the ground and there's no run. So Shoal...
3 games.
3 games he got. Now, of course...
Goodness.
Yep. He pinned both of Stewart's arms and drove him into the ground with initial fears. The 5 times All-Australian had suffered a wrist injury. I'm not going into detail. All I'm doing is I'm reading out what I've got. So that's the story. And the match between Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions getting underway shortly. Rest assured, our concentration will be on what we're doing and what we're loving doing, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. But there'll be the occasional insertion of the score in that match. The winner to play Geelong in the grand final. The expectation tonight is a crowd of over 100,000, just shy of that figure last night. And then, of course, the grand final next week. And that grand final will be between Geelong and somebody.
Yes, it will be somebody. of whom we don't know just yet. We'll certainly know more at around about 8:30 Victorian time, as we see Simon Waddington's been recalled into the bowling attack, coming in from the 11th Street end, and a little bit quicker through the arm there. Just a little bit awkward for the batsman to keep it down on the offside. That's AJ Gariali looking to just set himself up here. And a bit of a rearguard action, you'd say, from the US, just trying to find their way through here after losing their skipper. There's another finely bowled delivery there by Waddington, which has just knocked across into the onside.
Pretty good attack, really. It's been consistent, hasn't it, to get those 6 wickets, and to have them falling regularly. The biggest partnership was 40 for the 3rd wicket.
Oh, that's just about done. Gariali there. Waddington again, just that quicker arm ball, left arm around the wicket, and he only just manages to keep that one out. Bit of anguish from behind the stumps there from Steve Mace. He's got himself positioned in at first slip. And this time Gariali was tempted into one outside the off stump, just trying to run it down to third man. Makes no contact. No danger on the flip side of that. So 25 overs gone, and the US are 6 for 94 after batting first, winning the toss earlier this afternoon here at the John Hall Oval.
And of course, Patrick, Gariali may walk away with being the only person in this tournament to have picked up a hat-trick.
That's true, yes. He certainly had a great start to the Festivale on day one. And we will get to see him, no doubt, ply his trade with the RJR conveyance a little bit later on this evening under lights, or maybe this afternoon, depending on how they go for the next 20 overs, if they can manage to go the journey.
Now, we've had quite a few people ringing in and saying, when Patrick's talking about an RJA conveyance, is he talking about a motor car who's just driven past the ground, or what?
I'm talking about the match ball, the cricket ball, which is proudly Australian owned. It's the ball that keeps you in the game, Walshy. Most important.
Well, thanks for sharing.
I've actually got the box of the ball that we're using out there at the moment. I've managed to get my hands on that.
Good work. Well, we'll never see that again, will we?
Well, there's no ball in there. They're using it.
Sharma, let's have a look. He's just about completed his over, or let's just
started
up on the board. I'm just waiting for the light to go.
2 for 16 in his 5th over. As I mentioned a few moments ago, just got himself back on track after a bit of a dusty start. Picked up a couple of wickets, which has boosted his confidence. And that one, a bit of a top spinner there through to keeper Baranka. So the Aussies continuing to apply the pressure. As we can see Paul Ryan just come in and have a look at the surface there, getting a feel for what he might be up against in the second session. Keeper Baranka full of voice, as a keeper should be, behind the stumps. Ball angled in towards the pads, looking to spin away for the right-hander. Well dealt with by Badari. He's 3. Gariali yet to score. So the run rate's just drop behind that 4 run per over mark at 3.69. 19 and a half overs to go in this first session. So plenty of time, Walshy.
There is, but not plenty of wickets. That's the big problem. A massive problem they've got. We almost had something added to that problem there with the play and a miss outside the off stump. It's a bit hard to get the old mindset as to how you're doing, because the Australians in a very good position to take that extra step into the finals and not wanting to have any injuries, not wanting to have any sore muscles or that. So just trying to stay focused on the job at hand.
So Sharma lines up another opportunity here. Oh, and it's just deflected down in front of first slip Stephen Mace. Not an opportunity to take a catch, but he did well to restrict any run scoring there. Ball just dropping pretty sharply off the bat down towards the ground. So Sharma looking to try and get that outside edge. Badari's bat. As you said, he's got that very open stance, taking guard outside of leg stump. This time he's covering nicely and hitting through the covers. Puts it out towards the rope. As we can see, the big man James Morris get to it nicely. Flicks it back to Simon Nish, who hurls it back in towards the keeper. And that's the end of 26 overs now, with the US 6 for 96.
Just thinking that when you see players and then you think to yourself, oh, there's a little bit of such and such in him. I just see when he was running back from the outfield, there's a bit of Carl Rackerman.
Mocker.
You think so?
Yeah.
No. Okay, thanks for that cheering moment.
I'd have to see that on replay just to
I
confirm.
just saw him running back there, tall man, and getting across the turf.
Mocker had a pretty large gait about him,
He
didn't he?
did,
The way that he
absolutely.
covered the grass.
Yeah. What a good man he was. He worked actually in Zimbabwe with me, and you would not meet a better person. He was just so easy to work with and so professional. And the other person who worked over there, unfortunately we've lost him, was David Hooks.
Okay.
He was, he passed away in acrimonious circumstances. It was just so sad, the whole deal with David Hooks, who was assaulted outside a hotel and unfortunately didn't recover from being put in a coma, and that was it.
Great thinker of the game, wasn't he, David?
Oh, extraordinary. And that, those 5 boundaries in the centenary test, and you see, he was so good on radio in South Australia and then Victoria.
Yep.
And I had the pleasure of working with him a few times, and he always did one thing, Patrick, and I hope that's what we do, and I'll embellish in a very, very short time as this next ball at 6 for 96 becomes 6 for maybe 100. It's tickling out towards the fence. Can't tell from here. Now we can, as they get back to complete 2. So a good shot. And the 2 runs scored means it's 6 for 98. What he did was, whenever there was a function on, you were there, and he was the centre of attention because people knew him. If he saw you, he'd always drag you over and introduce you.
Make you feel welcome.
Always.
Yep.
No exceptions. Introduce, have a chat. If you wanted to stay there, fair enough. If not, as there is a big call.
It's out, I reckon.
And there is an out.
Chopped it on.
Oh, it was a full toss, and he tried to whip the ball away on the onside. He missed, and that is a wicket of substance, although it's a bit of a surprise because it's now 7 for 98. We'll get another look at that, but I'm sure that there would have been, some agitation and some consternation in the camp. Missing one that might have been put away, the play and the miss, and here we go again.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter how you get them, they're in the book. No one's going to remember this one in 5 years' time. It was full and over-pitched, and unfortunately for Gary Ali, just got himself off balance as he was trying to heave it across onto the onside, and just a deflection through and onto the stumps, and he has to make his way from the ground.
When you look around and you see those bales are on the ground, and the frustrations are being experienced, and the US of A now, there's a bit of a jig from them.
Yeah.
They're getting himself warmed as that's the end of what is a disappointment there, Gary Ali, and the score now is 7 for 98.
So I think this might be Posin Parley Murali, who's the man that's come to the wicket. He's got his pullover on, so it's obscuring his name and number. So I'm presuming Horse is more in the know than we are, that he's gone on the NV Play overlay with great confidence.
Well, speaking of horses, it was interesting because when you get introduced to people, you normally get introduced by, this is Patrick, and how you going, and I'm Peter, and that's Chiller. Well, Chiller's okay. But then what you're doing, you're thinking, righto, let's get introductions. I got introduced to the horse, and that's fair enough. And I met someone else last night, and he wandered up and said, how you going? Introduced myself, and he said, I'm Piggy.
Ah, the great Brett Robinson
That's
from
it.
Enjoy Wine.
Yeah. But then when I said, today I met Piggy, well, I'd like to know what his name is, so I don't say, hi Piggy, how you going down there?
He'd love that though. As we see Waddington, another full-length delivery is not going to find a gap on the offside. Nicely tied it up by Sharma. So at the end of 27 overs, the score, United States 7 for 98 here at the John Hall Oval. Prashant Sama continues from the Mildura Golf Resort end here at the John Hall Oval. Still plenty of sunshine, a little bit of high cloud, but great conditions for both teams here today. Third day of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. As we wait here once again, the Aussies looking to really take the initiative here and wrap up this first innings. Quicker pace delivery into the pitch is just pushed towards the a short third man, and there's no run. So 7 for 98. Walshy, they've certainly need to find another 40 or 50 to get them somewhere around that 150 mark, at least something to give them to bowl to in the second session.
True, but you would have worked out the ladders and the Duckworth-Lewis fluctuations if they did occur.
Yeah, well, as I said, with Australia A's comprehensive victory over Canada, the Americans just have to win. There's no other outcome for them. Australia A currently moved themselves back into second position. As we can see, Badari fully extending and pushing the ball out into the offside.
Should make mention too of the information that we can share now with the teams that are in the competition next week.
T20.
We have the RJA All Sports, the Tara Taverners, the Phoenix Firebirds, the Saxon Kings, Lightning Storm, Sandgroper Cricket, the Territory Blasters. So this will be good fun. There'll be people running around in different outfits.
Different colours.
All different sponsors, which is good. So we'll be aiming to get one of each of the sponsors' products and taking them back home, surely.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a few new franchises coming to Mildura in 2025 as well. So we're expanding and building each and every year as Sharma rues his misfortune there, as you can see that Badari was just trying to take that one away from outside the off stump. Bit of the old cross bat to the onside. So he has one delivery left of his 6th over. He really has brought things back into his wheelhouse here. 2 for 18. Run rate currently at 3.52. There's still 17 overs to go, so a long way to go here.
Yep.
They'd be pretty determined to try and bat their way through. The Aussies keen to clean them up. As there's an appeal at first slip there from Stephen Mace for a caught behind. Baranka was unmoved behind the stumps. And as you were, gentlemen, at the end of 28 overs, the US are 7 for 98. Maybe a chance, Walshy, to have a quick look around the grounds. And it's just the one game that's continuing, that one at Chafee Park in Merbeen. Australia A in the over 55s, 309 for 5 in the opening session. Spirit of Cricket World 11 looking to be in a bit of danger. 8 for 219, 43 overs gone, so just a couple of overs remaining. And they need the sum of 91 to win.
Now, I fell across a movie last night when the football had finished, and I just couldn't stop laughing because it was the movie of, and this impossible performance by me to try and make it sound like I was one of the characters. Look at me! Look at me!
Right.
Look at me! Do you know that one? Look at me, 2 women.
Kath and Kim.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pete.
Oh, I laughed. It was so funny.
Just looking back at that previous last ball, caught behind. We get the frame by frame action on that, but beautifully taken by the keeper, but no evidence of an edge off the outside of the bat.
It's Billy Boy, our mate. Billy Bowden, watching. You know, we talk about, and when we get the chance, and we were talking about the what would we ask a question of an umpire if we had one that I'd have to say, how do you keep your concentration? What do you think about? Is there any way that you might think of your favourite song or a horse you might have backed or where you're going for a dinner that night? I don't know.
Ball is uppishly played out towards deep backward point. Not quite going to go the journey though, so they'll get through for a couple. Again, Simon Niche ever so busy in the field. We saw Simon certainly do a lot of bowling last year, but hasn't picked up the ball just yet. Maybe he's got a little bit of a niggle he's brought into the Festivale. He's just going to let his batting do the talking. Made that amazing century in the final, I think it was, wasn't it, last year of the T20 franchise competition?
Yes, that's one of the fascinations of when you pick your best team. You wonder whether or not now, as these sides have, particularly the Australian side here, they're working towards their semi-finals and final maybe. maybe they haven't played their best team yet. Maybe when I'm saying played, they haven't put all of their better players in the one team. They're saving it until later on.
Be saving it for the final, I guess.
Yeah, could
be
do.
a smart thing to do. This ball is uppishly played out to the offside, but cannot penetrate this ring of green and gold. They've locked it in beautifully. And we complete another over. 29 down, 7 for 100 now, the US. 7 for 100 after 29. They won the toss earlier today and elected to bat first, but we did see in that opening 5 or 10 overs, Peter Walsh, there was a little bit in the track, wasn't there? A few balls just standing up off a good length. And apart from that partnership of 40, they've lost wickets at regular intervals. 4, 6, 28, then the score went to 68, but then since then, seen wickets fall at 86, 93 and 98.
Yes, it's a big hole to dig yourself out of. You wouldn't think that's going to happen with just 3 wickets in hand. And we wait and see what the Australians can do in the chase, which is going to be, you would think, in the early hundreds. I'm reckoning, say, 120 odd. And even though they've got plenty of overs left, this bowling has been very good indeed. This first ball of the next over pushed away on the offside. No real power on the stroke. Sharma into his 3rd over. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Not sure how I'd best describe his haircut. It's not...
Oh, it's long, isn't it?
It is long, yeah. Yeah, well, that was a good way of describing it, I thought. A good way of describing it. It's short outside the leg stump and it's tapped away with no real power out to backward of point. There's a no run. Yeah, it's different. It's not a mullet, is it?
Gee, I would have thought it'd be close to qualifying as a mullet.
Okay. Well, it is a mullet then.
Yes, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, I have.
The man at slip there doing the wandering around and just making sure that's Mace, that he's ready if anything happens to take a catch. This ball back down the ground for 1 run. They start to run quickly and they do, and they get through without any difficulties at all. 7 for 100 and... Is it going to slick over?
101, I think it might be, Walshy.
Yeah. Rajendra is 5, Posanapali is 2. And the lights are how far away from coming on?
Beg your pardon, the lights? Oh, well, it almost looks like there's a few that are just starting to unleash themselves as we speak. So not sure that they'll play much of an impact just yet, but certainly in the next half an hour or so, as we see 2 balls to go. And we've got a final score in the over 55s. Australia O5 for 309 have dismissed the Spirit of Cricket World 11 228, and she's all done at Chafey Park in Mid-innings, so the boys can get inside and enjoy a couple of quiet bevies.
I thought Chiller then was signalling a boundary actually. Or you got a chop there for that, but still, that's the information sharing, and that's so good as information that we get off our phones if you know how to dial in and go to the right place.
Yep.
Do you know how to do that?
Well, excuse me, I try to profess that I know what I'm doing, but sometimes there's a bit of, sometimes there's some methods of the madness, but there's a few questions.
Look at me.
A few questions are asked of my good self, but anyway.
That's not a bad impersonation, is it?
No, I think you're enjoying that.
I'm finished though now.
Well, I think our American friends would have had a splash of Kath and Kim on their
They'd have to.
pay TV screens over there.
Yeah.
Subscription services.
Very funny. Very funny. It's a good laugh because there's, when we look at the news, and I'm not digressing, but there's so much sad news and bad news, and let's hope that we're giving you good news. 7 for 100 is the score here, and that is after 30 overs.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Introducing the 1-hour Spirit of Cricket presentation, an educational, engaging and entertaining short course that instills the true spirit of cricket. We believe in sportsmanship, fair play, respect, integrity and gratitude. These are the keys to playing cricket in its purest form. Ready to reinforce these values at your club or school? Contact the Spirit of Cricket to book a workshop today. Let's keep the spirit of cricket alive.
Last wicket falls. It's about sportsmanship.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
And we are back to live play here at the old Aerodrome Oval, John Hall Oval, of course it is. The floodlights starting to come into effect. We'll certainly see those in the second session. Pat Silcox, Peter Walsh, and right now joining me is Anthony Telfer. G'day, Telf.
G'day, Silco. How are we?
Oh, very nice. Saturday afternoon cricket here at the John Hall Oval. Doesn't get much better, does it?
No, it doesn't. And what great conditions the players have got here today to play the first ever O50's day-nighter in the world.
Exactly. So it's a big occasion for not only broadcasters but players from both countries. They'll be enjoying the spoils of what goes with this in the history books when we look back in years to come. As Waddington, a quicker pace delivery there, bowling from the 11th Street end. managed to reel things in a little bit. Simon, he was a bit untidy early, went for about 20 off his first two, but similar to the leg spinner Sharma, they've both really locked the clamps in, haven't they?
Well, I think since Faisal has departed the crease, obviously now the US are 7 for 100. They've lost that strike power of the top order, so really into the tail here. So the screws are really being applied here by the Aussies.
Yeah, the American skipper's been entertaining to watch the first two games so far that we've broadcasted of the US. The 100 on Thursday in Golgo and nearly 50 again today.
Yeah, look, it's as we see the ball work down to short third man. But yeah, it's great to watch Faisal. When he's in full flight, there's no better batsman in world cricket at over 50s level to watch than one Faisal Alam, that's for sure.
Just love the way that he backs himself in, just plonks the foot down the pitch and hits through the line. None of this cow corner T20 stuff. He's a traditional play straight in the V, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? He's a ripper bloke too. I think I met him for the first time in New Zealand when the Spirit of Cricket team toured in the Quad Series in Blenheim. And we've been friends ever since, and it's fabulous to have him as our guest here in Mildura.
Final ball of the Waddington over, and I think he's... I thought he might have picked up a scarf. It was on the half bounce there to Ryan, who's been busy in the field. So 31 gone, 7 for 100 the US. So men at the crease at the moment. We have Posapani Murali on 4. I think we had him there. Beg your pardon, 2. And the other man is AJ... Beg your pardon, Rajendra. We've got the scoreboard off the screen. Rajendra Badari, who's the man at the crease as well. So, excuse me, they'll look to continue to push through these middle overs, Telf. They want to try and bat their 445, won't they?
Oh, for sure. And obviously now we see the lights starting to kick in. So the sun is now setting in the west. So we want this game to go, well into the night. And we want the United States to bat through to their 45 overs, and let's hope the two guys out in the middle in Raj Badari and Possum Pali do that job for the US.
So we're back with Prashant Sharma once again from the Mildura Golf Resort end. And a nick, and Stephen Mace again. He has been busy today. Had a bit of a dusty one on Thursday, just very uncharacteristically, but he's made every poster winner today, hasn't he, Telf?
Yeah, that's right. He's great hands there at first slip and taken above the shoulders. So it's a very good catch there by Stephen Mace. So that's the departure of Raj Badari, who's now departs for 5, I believe, of 26 deliveries.
So Sharma picking up his third wicket, just that little bit of extra pace, bit more bounce, and Mace was cool, calm and calculated. Really was in great position, wasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. As we have a look again here at the replay, and really set up nicely at eye level, and great catch, and extremely happy. I think it's been a bone of contention with those catches that he dropped on the first day, that today he's definitely back in the game and got his catching hands on.
And of course, he'll be a man to watch in the second session. He's been in great form with the bat, and he'll look to get after them, won't he? He'll want to play aggressively. That's his nature.
Yeah, look, he'll look to bat out the innings. Obviously, the score that they're going to be chasing is not going to be a huge one here. Currently, 7 or 8? 8 for 100. So, Macy can just tick him around and pick off the 1s and 2s, and he'll just look to occupy the crease, and they'll probably go a little bit harder at the other end with Paul Ryan, who's been very impressive with his games that he's played so far this week.
Yeah, well, Sander Walshy, Telf, that we've seen an injection of some new talent into the squads for both Australia and Australia O50's level this year, second year of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, as the hotline is being attended to on the back play there. But yeah, great to see some new faces here in Mildura in 2025.
Yeah, it is, and all credit goes to the selectors here and giving a lot more guys the opportunity, and obviously the 40s guys that are now coming to that 50s category are coming through. So the depth in Australian Masters cricket is fantastic. As we see the ball whipped away out to the mid-wicket boundary, it's probably just going to pull up, is it?
Yep.
Yes, very well fielded there.
Great return back into the keeper as well. Looks like Dharmagade is our man who's come out at number 10. Still got his training jacket on. It's a little bit fresh today, isn't it? It was quite warm yesterday and Thursday, but our top today was only expected to be around 18. Last time we checked it was feeling like 11, so it's going to be fresh once the sun goes down, Till.
Yeah, the wind chill factor is going to kick in today. I did a lap of the oval before and I checked out the guys as we see the ball hit out to point, and a bit of a misfield there as the fielder there falls over, and Simon Niche backs up and returns the ball back in.
So it takes out Stephen Mace at first slip, but he's a machine, Nishi, in the field, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
So
he's,
good.
Fantastic hands, but that sun's starting to obviously get really low now because I see that Anthony Barranca couldn't see the ball at all, and I think Stephen Mace at first slip had no idea where it went, so I'll need to watch that as the sun sets. But as I was saying, that wind chill factor, I was talking to the guys in the towers behind the cameras, and they're rugged up, and they've got beanies and gloves and jackets.
Yeah, they'll need them. I think they'll need them. We got the best spot in the house here, there's no question.
Yeah.
As Sharma continues through this, he's 8th over, 3 for 21. The US, 8 for 103.
I've been really impressed with Sharma's bowling, his accuracy and his whippiness, and the speed that he's pushing these leg spin through. Oh, and that one stays low outside the off stump.
It's got a good toppy. I think we've seen that a few times today, that they're playing for the spin and trying to cut the ball, but there's no room when that top spinner just fizzes through.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking, and Anthony Barranca said that he's also got a leg spinner that doesn't spin as much, but it's still that variation. And if you haven't played a lot of leg spin, it's quite difficult to pick up.
Pitches up nicely, hit down the ground, only just clears the bowler. There's almost a chance for a run out too at the non-striker's end, but he's in the game, Sharma, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah, and he's one of the characters of the team. You can tell that he's always up and about and in the game every single ball, whether he's fielding, bowling, and I know he's a popular teammate of all the players now.
Now, we know that the on-field action is very important as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale itself, but off-field, things have been flying as well?
Yeah, they have. Look, we've had obviously the welcome function at the Mildura Boathouse, which was a great spectacle on that welcoming night where we paraded all of the teams in their blazers through the streets of Mildura with the Mildura Brass Band, and then we spent a couple of hours down there. A few of the guys went on a Mildura Cruises boat cruise last night, and they listened to Paul Costa sing the Spirit of Cricket song.
Fantastic.
We got that in, and they all loved it. Some of them hadn't heard it before, so that's fabulous that that's continuing to still gain some interest. Then obviously this day-nighter, and then we head on to the paddle steamer Mundu for our farewell presentation. 3-hour cruise, and we've got a couple of exciting things planned for that night with a night glow. So we'll have and there's a misfield at cover there.
Would have been Sharma that just didn't quite get down to cover it.
Yeah.
He'll reel it back in though. I'll just get through for the single.
Yeah, we have Benny Gowers bringing out his hot air balloons, and we're going to do a night glow over on the Gold Hole lawns as we cruise down the Murray River at night. It's going to be so spectacular.
That is something you can only get in Mildura, Telf.
Yeah, so we're looking to really showcase the Murray and everything that Mildura has to our visiting teams here.
And of course, as we move into week number 2, we'll position the broadcast HQ with the Mildura Sporting Precinct.
Yeah, so you think this ground looks fabulous. Wait until you see the precinct. Obviously, it's had a lot of AFL footy over the last few months, but the ground crew there have given it a nice little shave with a bit of a haircut, and they're now putting all of the cross hatching on the lawn. So it's going to be quite a spectacle for everyone to witness.
All right, so we're just about done here with the 33rd over, 8 for 104, the US, with Murali on 2, Garday on 4, Waddington 1 for 29. Be keen to add to his wicket tally here as he continues left arm around. Pitches up, it's hit down the ground, and it's... Oh, it must have been on the half volley, Telf. I thought that was straight into the buckets.
No, definitely a half volley.
Okay.
Hit hard into the ground and bounced out.
Got a bit excited there. I thought Simon was in the van there. I think he was too at one stage. All right, so final ball of this, the 33rd, and we'll shoot off for a quick break after this as Waddington bounces it into the pitch, and it's defended nicely there by Murali. So no run, 8 for 105 after 33.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete Cricket Solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
And we're back at the John Hall Oval here in Mildura. Day number 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Pat Silcox joined by Anthony Telfer as we continue to watch on with Prashant Sharma in action as he fires that one down the leg side. Umpire will have to stretch his arms out and signal the wind. So 8 for 105 in the 34th over. As we continue to see if the US team can stick through the journey here, Telf, get through their full 45 over allotment.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be their goal. We can really see the impact now with the setting sun. We've got the shadows on the ground quite lengthy. You can see in the footage here as we see the ball worked out to mid-on and no run.
Yeah, quite a few of the local clubs have benefited from some good council support over the last 4 or 5 years. Certainly here at the John Hall Oval, of course, the precinct, Dalrymple with lights going over there as well. So it's great for sport in the community, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is, and I think there's now 4 grounds here in the Sunraysia area that have lights now that are up to at least state or international level. So this is one of probably the 2 top grounds in the district that we're playing at today.
Of course, we've been at Golf for the last couple of days. They've got decent light towers in place over there. Kumiella, of course, we were there for Willowfest back in the day with a couple of day-nighters.
Yeah.
That set the tone.
And that was back in the day when the lights weren't up to standard and the guys still played.
Yeah, we managed to get our way through that, which was fantastic. As we continue through this, the 34th over, 8 for 105. Sharma in his 9th and final over. What a spell it's been. 3 for 22.
Yeah, really bowled the Aussies into a really strong position here with his leg spin, as we see the ball thrown up there and defended back down. 2 balls to go.
Be interesting to see if Skipper Sharp elects to go back to his opening attack of Morris and Trindle, maybe just to see if they can prize out the last couple.
I think they'll probably save them now for the final.
Okay.
I really do. I think that you'll see that Trigg and James Morris will, as we see a lovely cover drive out towards the deep cover boundary and well fielded there by Simon Nish. Returns the ball low this time back into Anthony Barranca. But yeah, I think you'll see that they'll be used sparingly now, knowing that they're in the final. And also the conditions here are quite cool now, so there's obviously greater risk of injury. And we've seen a few guys go down throughout the course of the week with calves and hamstrings. So everyone's mindful of their workloads.
As Sharma finishes off his stint there, ball pushed down towards short third man, so no run. 34 gone, 8 for 105. Waddington will come back into the attack from that 11th Street end, but Prashant Sharma has finished up his stint, and I think we might just take this opportunity to relieve Anthony Telfer of his duties. Thanks, Telfer. Always a pleasure to have you on the mic.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Sorry, I need to go because I've got about 30 phone calls. And
we can hear them pinging in the background, don't you worry.
I have to go and attend to.
Great to have you on the mic, mate. I'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Catch up later with the lights.
And there's Anthony Telfer here as part of our Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale broadcast. As we get Peter Walsh back to Broadcast Central here. 34 overs down, Pete. 8 for 106. Partnership is in its infancy stages, but they're looking to build a bit of a platform here to finish through and get to the 45 over mark.
News from the MCG, not smart for Collingwood supporters. Scott Pendlebury is off the ground. It appears to be a calf injury in the first quarter, with the Brisbane Lions 2-2-14 leading Collingwood 1-1-7. Pendlebury off the ground. Keep you posted. Obviously, we are full throttle with our cricket, but we have a lot of listeners and a lot of viewers who, of course, are interested in what's going on in the AFL final, with Geelong beating Hawthorn yesterday by 5 goals. And Brisbane leading Collingwood by 7 points, but Pendlebury is off the ground with a calf injury.
Okay, Mark Wade into the attack and almost instantly getting the outside edge through to the keeper there, so pretty decent start. I was just going to make the reference, Pete, that we obviously didn't follow the guidelines about not giving any details to one of our friends up in the high towers who was watching the live replay, but that's all right, it's only early, so a lot can happen between now and full time, so I think it's important that we put it out there and give that status update, because Pendlebury, for those not in the know, is one of the premier players in the AFL, and that's going to be a big gap for the Collingwood Magpies to fill.
Yeah, he's got the tracksuit on, so I'm not too sure as to what's going to happen, but as I did suggest, we should say there's a diving chance of a catch. No, not a slip. We should say, if you don't want to hear what the football score
turn away now.
Please turn away. No, my attitude has always been in the sport of broadcasting that you don't keep secrets, because there might be one person out there who wants a score, and we'll give that score if possible. And if you want to watch the replay afterwards, you've got a boring life. But still, it's not fair for me to say. All I'm saying is that we try and please everyone. That's not possible, so we go with the break. That's the go, and that's what I reckon is the best way to go.
I like it. Darmagade certainly looking to be aggressive here as he tries to take Wade on here through the offside. It was a pretty decent piece of work by Simon Nish as we watch back in the replay. Could have been a missed opportunity. Lost track of where it finished up. It didn't cost any runs, but this time the US will get one down towards fine leg. So turning over the strike. Garde goes to 6. Murley is on 2, and it's 8 for 107 in this, the 35th over. And as Telf mentioned, Walshy, we're starting to get the sunset behind us, so the lights are starting to take a bit of effect here at the John Hall Oval.
Looks good though, doesn't it?
Swinging a miss outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper, Baranka. They've got 2 slips now in operation. Stephen Mace has had the luxury of being perched in there for pretty much the duration of the 35 overs so far. Hasn't had to do too much travelling around the ground. So Wade, one more ball to finish. This is first over from the 11th Street end here at the John Hall Oval. Angling into the pads, and the ball's hit out to Trindle, who's fielding there at mid-wicket on the cut square. So 35 down, 8 for 107. The Americans, after winning the toss and electing to bat first, as part of day 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
And the Brisbane Lions are 4-2-26 to Collingwood 1-1-7. They've kicked away now and lead handsomely by 19 points with 5 minutes of play remaining in the first quarter. Pendlebury off the ground with what could be a calf injury. We'll pick up as much as we can as we continue to filter through what is happening here in downtown. I'm just going to find out where we are.
We're in Mildura today.
Mildura,
yes.
Good. That's good. That's a start.
All right, so it looks like Waddington's going to join the attack now from the Mildura Golf Resort end. So just going to switch it up a little bit as he gets some direction from his skipper, Andrew Sharp, who's got himself positioned there at mid-off. So Waddington, 7 overs, 1 for 29. So he's got 2 overs remaining. As we discussed while you were just in the back blocks there, Walsh, as to whether the Aussies might call upon their opening attack. Telf was of the opinion that maybe they'll just put them on ice, wrap them in cotton wool for the bigger games ahead, maybe throw the ball around, as that one's a little bit loose and down the leg side. So a wide signalled by the umpire, 8 for 108.
That's the difficulty, because we mentioned earlier on we hope to be able to chat with the physio who's looking after not just the Australian teams but the visitors as well. And she's saying it's just one door opens, another one opens, another one opens, revolving doors, little niggles, and getting yourself organised and trying to be looked after. It's a tough gig now for the playing combinations to all be really, really fit when the finals are on.
And as Anthony alluded to, just a little bit cooler today, so that recovery, trying to come back as a bowler after you've had a long stint in the field, is obviously not ideal. So we wait on Waddington once again. Finds the radar this time. Garde pushes it down the ground towards mid-on, looking for a single, but nicely intercepted there by Mark Wade. So 8 for 109 in this, the 36th over. Run rate just a tick over 3. As that one's just bunted back down the ground and intercepted once more by Wade. Ryan, beg your pardon.
Posanimpali 2 from 24.
He's been out there a while, hasn't he?
He has. Posanimpali, move it. He needs to move it, don't they?
One to drag down And it's just going to finish short there. Desperate attempt coming in from Grant Milbank, who's been active in the field over the first couple of days of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. But just pitched in front of him there. So the Americans through for a single. 8 for 110. 36th over. We'll take a short break at the end of this one. It's Waddington top of his mark. Quicker through the air and trying to tempt the batsman to just run that one down to third man. Nicely taken again by Anthony Barankit. I think he's always in the game here when Waddington pitches the ball up, because the Americans keen to get some bat on ball, aren't they?
It's been a slow period, slow passages.
Oh, that is an absolutely fantastic take there. What a great bit of work by the skipper, Andrew Sharp, who was going back with the flight of the ball. It was tossed up by Waddington, and the Americans merely looking to take it on, trying to hit down the ground, but Sharp got himself into the perfect position and looked a little awkward initially, but had it summed up perfectly, and that is one of the great catches we've seen so far in the tournament.
Ran back, and as you can see, and you will see, timed his leap to perfection. It looks like it's going to go over his shoulders, but he's leaning back on the left-hand side, the non-preferred side of the body. Have a look at eye on the ball and both hands up for the catch.
We tried to keep his fingers pointing upwards, but in the end he had to get his hands outstretched in front of him, so really difficult position, but gee, that was a very, very good take indeed.
You're allowed to say a sharp catch because he took a sharp catch earlier on.
Yep.
So Sharp has had 2 sharp catches here in a very sharp performance.
Yes, he's pointing the right way, isn't he, the skipper, making sure that they get the job done here in this first session. So 9 down now for the Americans, and that challenge to bat out the 45 is becoming harder and harder as we wait and see who is our final man to the crease here. He's got the Cricket USA emblazoned bat, and it may well be Syed Shananawaz who is our man out there. We'll just wait to have that confirmed.
I think you're right.
Okay.
I think one of the beauties is of learning all these new names. It's wonderful because they can say our name's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of Silcox or Walsh to be doing with, is there?
No. Always good to expand your vocabulary, I reckon, Pete.
Yep.
We certainly are doing that.
Well, that's true. 9 for 110.
Look at that field.
7.
That field's closing in now, isn't it?
Yeah, they can sniff through their snorkels the possibilities of another wicket, and that's it. It's at the end of the over, 9 for 110.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality, and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale as we take it in from the John Hall Oval here on day 3. The USA versus Australia, and the Aussies looking to wrap up the Americans here in this, the 37th over. 9 for 110 is the score, and they really have put the pressure on in the field. Got men engaging in the cordon there. 2 slips of gully, a man at point. They got the short cover. Man, it's extra cover on the ring and mid-off, so runs are hard to find at the moment, Peter Walsh.
Too difficult to find, all right. It's been very steady bowling, and the 1s and the 2s, it's drip tray. There's not much more than that, and the Australians looking now to, well, have their spell, have something to eat. They've got fish and chips or something.
Oh, gee, that would be absolutely cherry ripe, wouldn't it?
I don't want cherry ripe, I want fish and chips. Okay, you can have your cherry ripe, you know we can stick that, but I want fish and chips.
Okay, here's Wade. Ball passes the outside edge and through to the keeper. And no run, so 9 for 110. Wonder if we will take an early tea of German if we do finish early, or will we just have a shorter changeover and then have a short stint and then come back? I think the smart thing to do would be take tea early have a bit of a break, and then we reset for session number 2.
Well, earlier on today, we had, after the performance of the side that batted first and got knocked over for 54, we fanged out immediately. Out came the false teeth, straight across to the table, vegetarians or meat or what, and the laughter was the girls that were feeding us were magnificent, because one of our friends from Canada said, "What are we eating? What sort of meat?" And we had kangaroos and deer and all that. So we didn't.
Gee
We
whiz.
did. No, they were just being jovial.
You called me to attention
No,
there.
no, it was all good. Beautiful meal too, well served. And
Okay.
everyone enjoyed themselves and sat and had a chat. So I reckon that's what will happen here. We'll have, you can keep talking for a while and I'll duck out and get some food and we'll come back.
Is that right? Okay. Right. Yeah, no, I can do that. Absolutely.
Work as a team.
And do it your way as the ball's through past the outside edge again, and no runs scored. So 37 down, 9 for 110 the United States. Wade has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden and none for 1, so he's gotten straight into his work here. It was impressive on his first outing over in Goal, and he's backing it up here this afternoon in Mildura at the John Hall Oval.
Quarter time, we can tell you it's 4-3-27. The Brisbane Lions leading Collingwood 1-1-7, 4-3-27 to 1-1-7. Pendlebury is the problem area with what could be a calf strain. He's off the ground and we'll see if we can pick up details. But a good start by Brisbane, the winner to play Geelong in next Saturday afternoon's grand final.
Well, it'd be intriguing that Brisbane would get back to play Geelong again after going out in the qualifying final. That doesn't happen very often, does it?
No,
You end up on the wrong side of the draw, but yeah, I think they would relish their opportunity to have another crack, because that was probably the worst game they played all season, Brisbane, that qualifier, so they'd want to atone for that, I would have thought.
And you wonder who will be putting their hand up and saying, "I'm fit."
Yeah, there's always lots of smoke and mirrors the week leading into a grand final in the AFL, Peter Walsh.
Yeah, as we start another over here at the John Hall Oval. And the score is 9 for 110. Garday is 7. And Saeed has yet to score. Waddington has 2 for 32 in his bowling. He's 9th over. And he's enjoying it too. His left arm round the wicket. And he delivers now. And he's hit in the air, down the ground, in the air, and he will be caught. He spooned that away, caught the leading edge. It just flew in the air, seemed to float around for a while. And I reckon that's number 63.
Big James.
There. It is James Morris who takes the catch. And it is all out now for a total of
110.
110. It's disappointing. US of A all out for 110. Australia, well, they'd be thrilled. That was a poor shot, but I suppose we're looking at seeing if they could push the runs along, because they were in a rut. There's the ball hit in the air, and a pretty good catch taken. When I say pretty good, it was always going to be caught. And for his troubles, he gets strangled by one of his teammates.
Well, it was pretty competitive there, because there was about 3 that were lurching around the vicinity of the ball there, but he caught it early, did Big James Ryan, and he certainly made a great effort of pulling that one in. So the Indians, the USA on the way for 110 as we have a look through the card, I reckon, Walshy, just before we sign off in this first session. First man to go was Sunny Singh. He was out, caught Ryan, bowled Morris for 4. Next man out was Naveen Paradis. He was caught Baranka, bowled Trindle for 1. Then it was Pete Hawthorn, caught by Milbank off the bowling of Trindle for 11, and the score was at 3 for 28. Then it was Balaji Appasamy, who was the next man dismissed with a score at 68, and he was out for 17. Score was 5 for 86 when Srikant was out. Caught Mace, bowled Sharma for 13, and then the big wicket that really turned things, wasn't it, the skipper, Fazal Alam, who was out for a well-compiled 40 from 38 deliveries, which comprised of 5 fours and 1 maximum. Score was 6 for 93 when the US skipper was dismissed, then 7 for 98 when RJ Gary Ali was out, bowled Waddington for 2. Then we moved to 8 for 100 with the fall of Rajendra Badadare. He was out, caught Mace, bowled Sharma for 5. 9 for 110, Posnapali Murali was the man to go, caught sharp, bowled Waddington for 2, and then the last man out was Syed Shananawaz. He was caught by Morris off the bowling of Waddington, who really finished strongly in his spell. Syed was out for no score, so the final tally, 110 in 37.3 overs with 8 sundries And quickly through the bowling figures. Pick of the bunch, Sharma, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. Waddington picked up 3 for 32 midway through his 9th. 2 for 13 from 6 for Craig Trindle. And other wicket takers were Morris, 1 for 16 from 5, and Millbank, 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 25.
Thank you, Patrick. Big performance, strong performance, knocking over a side that was carrying a fair bit of form into this match in terms of with the bat. The only man who really got himself going was Alama Fazal, who made 40. That's the way we see it here at the John Hall Oval, with the Australians to sort of get themselves into gear after we have something to eat with the US of A. All out for 110. Pat Silcox, Peter Walsh, and our team of production staff and the cameramen taking a spell, and we'll be back a little later on live after the dinner break from Mildura.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Introducing the 1-hour Spirit of Cricket presentation, an educational, engaging and entertaining short course that instills the true spirit of cricket. We believe in sportsmanship, fair play, respect, integrity and gratitude. These are the keys to playing cricket in its purest form. Ready to reinforce these values at your club or school? Contact the Spirit of Cricket to book a workshop today. Let's keep the spirit of cricket alive.
Last wicket falls. It's about sportsmanship.
It's cricket, and boy oh boy, have we had some fun and games in Mildura. And tonight, well, I'm not too sure what's going to happen because it's been a disappointment for the United States of America as they now have to bowl out this Australian team and bowl them out cheaply. They'll play tomorrow morning, it looks like. They'll play at goal in the 10 o'clock start, because the Australians are well poised to win this game. They're chasing 111 for a possible victory after the only man who got going was Alam Fazal, who hit a brisk but unfortunately not long enough score of making 40. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox are here with you amongst the other members of our crew who are doing a brilliant job because the weather has certainly cooled. It's very cold actually now. The blights are, I'll try the blitz and the blights, which if you put them together comes up with the lights.
Yep.
And they're okay. And I'll tell you the score in the football is a 6-goal second term to Collingwood and 3 behinds only to the Brisbane Lions. See that Collingwood have done something out of the ordinary and they lead by 13 at half-time. Patrick, welcome back. We've started this innings and I think we started early.
Yeah, we got away a little bit early, but that's all good. 1 for none. So we're in the first over. None for 1. So I've got that round the wrong way. None for 1. As we see, it is Darmagade who's taken the new ball. He's operating from the 11th Street end here at the John Hall Oval. And very watchful, Stephen Mace has let the first few deliveries through to the keeper, just having a good look, just trying to get his eyes transitioned in with the lights, Peter, of course, which have come into play now, will take more effect as this second session wears on. We've still got a little bit of daylight around us at the moment, but once we become in sync with the lights, it'll certainly be a lot of easier proposition for the batsmen as we get through here the last delivery of the first over, and Mace is reaching forward and pushing it back to the bowler. So the end of 1. Score is no wicket for 1, as Peter Walsh mentioned. Target is 111, and they're looking to score at around about 2.5 per over for the remaining 44 from here on in.
And Patrick, very pleased to be able to report that Alain Fazal, who made that 40 and of course got 106 in his previous match, was keen enough to just wander through and have a chat and say, how you doing? Are you enjoying yourself? And I said, probably enjoying ourselves more than you are. And he said he was very disappointed about getting out. He said he had to try and get himself into the groove. The track was playing different than the previous track where he bashed through, well, sorry, that's a wrong terminology, where he caressed his way with brute force to 106. And he said to get out on the shot that he played and to only have 40, that was a frustration. And he said, we're going to struggle to protect the small amount of runs that's in the kit bag.
So it's Himanshu Patadia who'll be bowling from the Mildura Golf Resort end. So looking to take a little bit of pace off here at the start. The US trying to get the early breakthrough.
There's going to have to be a lot of field changes, I'd expect, for what's going to happen. They're going to open with spin and see whether or not there's any grip and turn.
Had a chat to Pete Hawthorn at half-time. We were digressing about his career in Australia and Newcastle before heading overseas and plying his trade in the United States for the last 12 or so years. He was a little bit miffed at me that I missed his six that he hit it out towards mid-wicket, thinking that it was the skipper Fazal who'd made his way to the crease, but of course he hadn't got out of the change rooms at that point of time, so it was Pete Hawthorn who, of course, did go large on the onside and over the boundary at mid-wicket.
Well, the good thing is, see, if they're aware of the fact that we're fumbling around and doing our very best, etc., that there's someone listening or watching.
That's always a bonus, isn't it?
I rang him and told him that you'd said that.
No, you texted him in real time while he was batting. There we go. So continue here with Patadia as Steve Mace comes on the strike. Score is none for two. Steve was very watchful that first over. This time he's swinging to the leg. Didn't quite make contact the way he would have liked, but it's beaten the keeper. I'll get through for a second as he hustles back. The throw comes in. Pete Hawthorn in position. And a further 2 runs to the Australian tally, which is now no wicket for 3.
Jared Berry subbed out of the game in the second quarter with a shoulder injury for the Brisbane Lions. Lockie Neal in the rooms having a chat. And of course, Lockie has a question mark about whether or not he'd be ready to play if Brisbane play in the grand final.
Surely not. Surely
he wouldn't
not.
think so. They wouldn't take that risk. And Scott Pendlebury has a calf injury for the...
Oh, he's dropped it in the end. What a good effort.
A smash back down the ground and some significant frustration from the man who wears the glasses, and he walks away, well, put it this way, very, very disappointed that that ball did not stick in the fingers. Let's have another look at the replay. Bowling to be taken by Himanshu.
Just got him on the back shoulder on the second attempt, didn't it? He was right in the mix there, but it was firmly struck by Mace, who was looking to get on with the job.
That's the one they had to get to stick early to put some pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the man in the slip just doing a bit of pointing to say, come a bit closer.
Mace just pushing into the offside, so score is none for 7 in this, the second over. Mace is 2, Ryan is 1. Run rate already off to a decent start, 4.2. So he tracked down the target of Lord Nelson, 1-1-1 to win.
Speaking of umpires, we were talking about that earlier on. As that ball is hit by Mace back down the ground, disappears into the darkness. Can we see it? Yes, we can now. And the ball bounced back 1, 2, 3 bounces. Which brings me to, and not a trivia question, don't get me wrong, because we're concentrating hard on this cricket, but you don't see many cricketers wearing glasses and playing on the first-class team.
Well, I guess you think back to, well, in more recent times, to young Daniel Vittori, Dilip Doshi, of course, the left armour from India. Did Max Bennett used to wear glasses when he first started?
Murray Bennett?
Yes.
Don't know. Will you check that for us,
I will,
please?
Yep.
When you ring up to see how the lights are going. You've got to ring someone, haven't you?
Oh, I'm waiting on a call, actually.
So it's none for 8. That's at the completion of, or coming up to the completion of Himanshu's over. As a matter of fact, it is. And it's none for 10. That score going up by the 2 with Mace on 3 and Ryan on 3. And repeating, all out the United States for 110. all out for 110. They'd be disappointed with that. Good bowling by the Australians, particularly Waddington 3 for 32 and Sharma 3 for 23. Now there's a bit of whispering going on here.
Very cloak and dagger, isn't it?
I'll meet you in the car park at about 11:15 tonight with a six-pack, okay?
Righto. I think we're alluded to the fact that there's just a couple of dark patches in the field, which is making things a little bit tricky, not only for players, but cameramen as well, camera persons. Looking right over the centre strip, though, so that's what we're focusing in on here.
Was that a batsman? Oh, sorry, a fieldsman was leaning over.
Yes.
And I thought, what is it? I'm not sure.
So the ball is deposited across onto the offside. Slow out of the blocks, Mace, but he'll get there in the end. As he makes his way through to the rapturous applause of his teammates here on the sideline. So none for 11 in this, the third over.
And do you get any indications, because you live in this beautiful place, Mildura, of people or cricketers, do they get much chance at playing under lights? Now this is special because we're promoting hard this cricket Festivale, but apart from these sorts of games under lights?
There's a couple in the early part of the season. Once daylight savings kicks in, there'll be the odd T20 or 50 over or 40 over limited over fixture game, but probably not as many as what could be played. I think a little bit of conjecture between clubs and umpires as to, I don't know if it's a safety thing or a vision thing at night with the lights. Umpiring fraternity locally is certainly not getting any younger, so I think they like the daylight hours to perform their duties. But it's a great spectacle. I think it, if it can be played. I know the ladies' competition, which is played pretty much exclusively on a Friday night, quite often play the day-night sort of stuff in the twilight, and we get a really good turnout for those.
A couple of people just walking onto the ground and being told that it's probably a good idea if you walk off the ground, just wandering around and taking it in. And it is, it's totally different now as a broadcaster when you're looking out there and you can see the players, you can see their figures, but it's hard to pick up what's on their back if the number's there. And our camera crew doing a brilliant job at both ends of the ground with the blue scaffolding, and they're up tree level. So it wouldn't be all that easy here, would it?
No. Oh, a swing and a miss from Ryan as he was looking to heave that one onto the onside. And a bit of misfortune for Darmagade there. Thought he might have just about managed to get the first breakthrough. As we see a bit of a plug for a multinational food giant out the front of us here. We won't drop any names there, will we, Peter? I don't think.
Zambero.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I thought it was the name of a horse I backed at Caulfield 2 days ago.
Race 3, number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Oh, big swing across the line. The umpire is being asked the question by Gade, but wowee, that must have been super close, I reckon. Hitting across the line once again. Gade was right on the money, line and length. Maybe just pitching outside the line, says the umpire.
I was still watching the food go by. Well, this is, you can't say it's a good start from the USA because they haven't picked up a wicket, but there's been a few plays and misses, and this is interesting. A wicket here would be good.
Oh, now they're going up for one that potentially has hit the top of the shoulder of the bat. I mean, we're a long way away from here, but they're excited, the Americans. They're keen to get a breakthrough, and that will get us through the end of 3 overs. So 3 overs done, and the score here at the John Hall Oval is none for 13.
Half time in the football, it's 43-30. I don't like saying that because that sounds like a basketball score, but it's a 13-point advantage, and that is in favour of Collingwood after they lost Pendlebury with a calf strain, and Berry is off the scene for the Brisbane Lions.
Thought we were off to a break there, Walshy, but I think we're going to push through this next into 3 overs. We'll come back for a break after 6. It's all good, Joel. Don't panic. We're under control here, mate, as we move into the 4th over now. No wicket for 13. And the US continuing here with Himanshu Patadia. He's bowling from the golf resort end. Just takes the pace off that one, and Mace just has to wait, doesn't he? He was ready to heave, just had to hold his motion just to control the shot.
Adam Zampa, I think he plays with glasses too, the spinner.
Ooh.
I think.
Does he?
I think he does. He plays a lot for Australia now in the one-day arena.
Are they more like
sunglasses?
Yeah, clear sun,
like that,
yeah, something like that.
He's a really nice bloke too. This ball was driven shy of the man who's fielding at short cover on the offside, and they walk through for a single. And it's like, I know we're digressing a fraction, I don't mean to. None for 13, the score in the chase of 110. But it's like you wonder about how many of the footballers actually have contact lenses when they leave the ground. And see, Mason Cox wears those big glasses. But you remember Jeff Blethen and Tony Southcombe?
Yeah.
They were glasses.
Louis Southcombe, there's a name from the past.
Yeah. But, Leo, well, that shouldn't prevent you from playing any sport at any level.
There goes
Look at
Billy.
Billy.
Billy's in for a wide there.
Yep.
Patania getting a bit of purchase there. That one just going further away outside the off stump of the left-hander.
Yep.
So it was very, very nicely worked there from umpire Bowden.
Yeah, it was. Billy, I would suggest a possibility of a groin strain before this game is over, because he does the stretching with his legs, doesn't he?
He does. Just trying to keep the circulation moving.
Yep, that's Billy with the black cap, the man who we like to talk about because he has been such an important part of this Festivale. And that's a full toss, and that's smashed away out to deep cover. They only have the one run. One of the few times that it has been overpitched and not hit straight to the boundary, but it's none for 17 with Mace on 7 and Ryan on 5. And I like the way they put Mace up on the scoreboard on our screen. Mackie.
Got the capital M and the capital E to really get his message across. It's only 4 letters strong, but my word, it is strong. As this time, Ryan is swinging out to the onside. He's timed that beautifully, and that's going to roll over the rope for a boundary. So that's exactly what the Aussies were looking for, just to up the tempo a little bit here. As if you look close enough, you might have even seen us in the broadcast position there. As the camera pans back.
Yeah,
it would have been.
Well, there you are. Could we get perhaps a replay of that?
We could request it. I think we'll be turned down, though.
No, the two guys that are opposite us have lost total interest, but that's okay because it's quite cold.
It is, yes.
It's all right.
None for 21, almost 3-4 overs here. Last delivery from Batadia. As it goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. So none for 21 after 4. Mace is 7, Ryan is 9, and the run rate is just a tick over 5 and over. So Australia well placed, and Peter Walsh, so too Collingwood at the moment in that preliminary final at the MCG.
Early goal to Brisbane, third quarter, point the difference. Ooh. It's starting to become
tighten
tight.
up,
yes.
arm wrestle.
Remembering, I've got an issue there with Berry, who was been subbed out for Brisbane. And Lockie Neal was the player we were talking about too, who was going to try and pass a fitness test to see if they get through, but that might not or might not happen because Collingwood and Brisbane locking up. Isn't it amazing? Like there's a point the difference, 6-6 to 7-1. And last night it was a point the difference at half-time when Geelong and Hawthorn were playing. So some good matches here. But this one, we need, are you listening now? We need the USA team to get some wickets. Australia none for 21 with Mace on 7 and Ryan on 9. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox with the troops. And the dulcet tones of Pat Silcox. Oh, was there an edge there?
Gee whiz. Beat the keeper and then almost came up second time round for the man at first slip.
You reckon there was an edge?
Well, if it's not, it's deviated a long way off the track. Here we go, Peter. Let's have another quick squiz at it. The Enjoy Wine Chara Grill and Bar action replay. The upright stance of Mace. Ooh, it might have got a bit of glove on the way through there, did it?
I think so. Yeah, I think there was certainly a feather and a worthwhile chat, but it wasn't taken in the gloves of Hawthorn. You had a chat to Pete at half time?
Yeah, I did, yeah. We were talking a bit about his journey from Newcastle across to the US. The fact that he's lived over there now for more than 10 years. We were talking about differences in food and situations compared to Australia. He tends to enjoy getting back home because he feels that our produce and product is superior to that of the US.
Really? I wonder where he goes for food then.
Well, I think he's a Boston man these days. He's moved around a bit since he's been over there, but he lives in Boston.
I know what he eats too. I know all his Boston buns.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like trying those?
Yeah, they're all right, aren't they? No? Bit sticky, aren't they?
Very sticky.
Probably knife and fork sort of stuff, really, when you think about it.
And Mum used to say, eat your Boston bun or you get nothing else. And Dad used to say, eat your Boston bun or you get Brussels sprouts.
Oh.
So So what I did was I put the Brussels sprouts on the Boston bun.
Oh, you didn't,
And
did you?
That was it, I did.
Oh, my goodness.
No, it was
Couldn't
good.
think of anything worse, to be fair.
There were some issues later on with wind, but that was okay. We worked through that pain. Look at me.
It probably wasn't any pain for you. It might have been for everybody else. But anyway, let's get back into it here. Last ball of the 5th over. Garde bowling to Mace, and he lets it go past the bat and through to the keeper. So 5 done, none for 21. That was maiden, actually, so beautifully bowled from Dharma Garde. As we move in now to the 6th over. Be interesting to see if the US maybe make a few changes through their bowling rotations, just on the off chance of picking up that early scalp as the two batsmen meet centre wicket. Bit of a powwow and a bit of a discussion, digress about the situation, whether the lights are up to scratch, the pitch, how the pitch is playing. Should we start to go the long handle, might be the question being asked.
3 unanswered goals to Brisbane in the 3rd quarter.
Wow.
After Collingwood kicked 6 unanswered goals in the 2nd quarter.
There's obviously a scoring end, Peter.
Well, it's extraordinary, all right. But Brisbane, with a nice little flurry at the start of the 3rd quarter, have kicked 3 unanswered goals. And in doing so, they've wrested back the lead and have kicked out to a couple of goals. What a game that is. What a beauty. What a beauty. This one, it's all Australia at the moment, with the United States and Australia fighting it out. Australia none for 22. Himanshu in the 3rd over has no wicket for 18. Mace is on 7 and Ryan is on 10. Where do we go from here? What's going to happen from here, do you think?
Well, as you said, we really want a couple of wickets here for the Americans. Otherwise, you feel like the Australians will get set and then maybe really start to lift the tempo with the field still pretty aggressive from the US. They haven't got a heap outside the ring at the moment. So I reckon they'll look to try and take it on, the Aussies. Interesting observation. We're talking about Steve Mason, the way that he's beautifully got his name displayed on the MV Play overlay as we see an aggressive stroke down the ground, which will result in the single. If you have a look on the main scoreboard on the ground, he's got the capital S, but all the lowercase MACE in the Mace. So he's got something going on with the scoreboard, hasn't he? He's got a real control over that.
He has to.
Trying to put himself up in every single light that he can. Yep. Make sure that the awareness is there that he is here and he is playing.
He is all right. There's a good opportunity too for those happy snappers who are here to take a happy snap of that scoreboard.
Yes.
That'd be something that you would want to have in your photo album. That's the way to go. Himanshu outside the off stump, chopped away behind point, can't score. So he's bowling quite accurately. In his 3rd over, he has no wicket for 19, although I'm being a bit flattering for him because his first 2 overs were knocked about a bit. But at none for 23 with 1 to go in the 6th, that's 4 per over, and that's dragged away on the onside deep. But there's a man out there fielding with sunglasses on. I'm not sure why, but still the lights are on, although it could be the reflection off, I don't know what the story is. But the score here is no wicket for 24 is the score here at the venue.
Back at the John Hall Oval. The 2nd session of day number 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. America, or the US of A, were dismissed for 110 in the 1st session after batting first, winning the toss. Another big appeal. The bowler can't believe his luck. Again, we see Ryan trying to hit across the line onto the onside. Not making contact with it. And he's now going to ask the umpire the question as to why that wasn't given. But, we'll continue on. In this 7th over, none for 24. We'll get another look at this replay. Walshy, you have a look at this and see what you think. As we see Garde. And the intent. Geez, struck him on the back leg. Maybe it was going across with the angle. It's all Mace in trouble. He'll get back. See that he's donned the cap now. He's not too perturbed about the pace of what's going through out there, so he's gone without the lid. Actually had a good chat to Steve during the tea adjournment, and I suggested to him that he was much happier with his work behind the stumps today in the slip cordon, picking up a couple of nice catches. And he says, yeah, it's always nice to hang on to them. He felt a bit down about grassing a couple in goal at the back end of the week, but I said, well, you went out and batted like a demon, so you certainly made up for that. But yeah, he's a chance here, isn't he, to get some more runs under his belt and build the confidence ahead of the upcoming finals.
Absolutely. Score on the football, Brisbane 7-7-49, Collingwood 7-2-44. Good tight game. Very tight indeed in that game. Hawthorn and Geelong last night. Geelong won by 30 points. And they are into the grand final. This ball on leg side, the attempt to whip it away and a half-hearted appeal. That was a wide down leg side. And the 1 run will be added to the addition of the total. I wonder also about what the setup is, Pat, on the way in which we start to get colder. Is the ball getting a little bit more difficult to grip now? Is there any dew out there at all, or what?
Yeah, I'd say there probably would be, so not easy for the fielding team. Just had some intel from Chilla Charlesworth to suggest that previous LBW shout the ball pitched outside leg stump.
Okay.
So I'm presuming that's come directly from the field.
I just got a text message through from Damien Oliver. You saw that, didn't you?
I did. What did Damien have to say?
Oh, about the best rides that he had 10 years ago. So I thought,
10
that's
years
really
ago.
handy. Yeah, look, we might rush down to the TAB and see if there's any late betting for it.
A late flurry, you think?
Look, isn't it amazing in this day and age now? And like, I don't think that I'm pushing hard for gambling, but I'll tell you what I've got in the third tomorrow.
Right.
No, I'm not doing that at all. But now it's just too easy to put a bet on. And you worry about kids getting bets or people having too much loose change to have bets?
Yeah, maybe.
You just pick up your phone and
Way
hit
you
a few
go.
buttons.
Yeah, no, I've never been inclined, Pete. I'm what is known as a tight ASS, and I generally don't.
Tight ass.
Yes, that's the one, and I don't generally let my money go that easily. So hasn't been a concern for me. As Mace has got no problems with that one outside the off stump as he hits it strongly out into the deep. They'll get through for 2. So he's looking to really start to move into gear now. 10 from 24. Ryan is 12 off 17, and the score is no wicket for 28 in this, the 7th over.
Yeah, it's a good start. Good start. There's no hurry, that's the point. Will there be any change in the batting order? Do you think they just go with as is? And I'd like to see Andrew Kratzman out there for a while.
Well, I think they'll stick to their tried and true here. No need to change.
That ball is on off stump and punched away off the back foot out to cover. And there's no run. And that's one thing that I think, you think about improvements in the game. And for me, when you walk into a ground, what you need to know who's where. And if they've got their names on their back, that's good, or numbers. And my next port of call would be, if it's cold, that's fair enough, put your jumper on, but have your name on the back of it.
Yes.
That's all you need to do. Well, it's pretty straightforward.
Well, you would have thought so. If they're going to go to the problems and trouble of printing shirts and jumpers, you might as well put the name and the number on the long sleeve edition as well.
I just think it's so important that people feel as if it's all good. People feel like what's happened is there's a bit of skullduggery going on here in the background.
Yes.
Did money change hands then?
No money, but some gratitude changed hands. That's what did change hands, just in regards to a...
Oh, yeah. So that was the reason for the man hug, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. It's all good. Now, one of our technical people has lost interest and moved outside. Is that one of ours?
Just adjusting some of the apparatus out there.
He looks like he knows what he's doing too, which is a real worry.
Not sure if it's a ground effects microphone or something that enhances the lux of the lighting. I'm not too sure.
The what of the what?
The lux of the lighting.
Lux, that's soap, isn't it?
Yes, but it's also a terminology for the brightness and wattage of lights, I believe.
Well, why didn't you say that instead of confusing me completely?
As we see Ryan into gear again.
Yep.
Well, he loves it on the onside and manages to find his way to the boundary there at backward square.
Yep.
So score is none for 32. And the Aussies just starting to lift the tempo a little bit here. And Ryan now up to 16.
I hope there's an IGA from here and to where I'm staying because I can get some Lux on the way back to
Yes.
the hotel room tonight.
I think you should be in luck with the Lux, Peter. I think she's open until 10 o'clock tonight on Deakin Avenue.
Collingwood about to score another goal in their clash at the MCG as Elliott took an absolute screamer, and the Magpies 8-2-50. Brisbane, who've just got a goal earlier, 8-7-55. 5 points the difference. 12.5 to go in the third quarter at the MCG.
All right, so back with Syed again. Bowling from the golf resort end, and the Australians, as we saw earlier in the week, very, very good between the wickets. They don't miss out on too many opportunities, do they?
Just looking at who's got the ball there. You know, you talk about people that look like someone. I reckon that guy out there looks like either Wasim Akram
when he was wearing the specs,
yeah, or Waqar Yunus, the other quick bowler.
Right.
But they're just, you know, they're characteristics, and you think, I wonder, this is where we need a wicket. This is where we need a wicket big time. This ball from Saeed outside the off stump and smacked off the back foot. Good shot.
Well.
That'll go all the way, along the ground all the way, and it trickles, slowed down a bit in the finish, but got there. And there's Billy in action. He's played 3 cut shots in a row there.
He has.
And it's a boundary. You're waving to me or what?
No, I'm trying to go further down the line to Joel, our man, if he's watching. He's busy engrossed in some messaging on his phone.
Now, just pushed a button.
So here we go with the Australians continuing midway through this 8th over. Syed none for 10. Score is none for 38. Mace is 15. Ryan is 17. So the run rate nudging 5, Pete. So they've certainly got things moving here in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
They have.
They've got 45 overs to get to that target of 111. So plenty of time to do it. It's just a matter of whether they look to really start to hit the go button here. Put a bit of pressure on back on the Americans to see what they can come up with here. Is Syed once again from the golf resort end, and Ryan just lazily swings it on the onside, and I reckon he's been taken there. So there's the first breakthrough for the United States, and they picked up the wicket there of Paul Ryan, who just got himself a little unbalanced as he tried to hit and swivel in the one motion. Got it high up on the blade, and the US thrilled to pick up that wicket there. Syed Shananawaz has the opening scalp as we take another look at this one. It was bowled into the pitch, and Ryan, as we said, didn't get it anywhere near where he wanted on the bat, and it was nicely taken there by the man inside the ring, fielding on the cut square there at short mid wicket.
Disappointing dismissal too, because they were very careful and cautious the way they were progressing, and that was am I being too over the top by saying a sloppy shot?
Well, it's just a little bit loose, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't probably go through with full intent. Had he really rocked back and given it the kitchen sink, he probably would have cleared the ring and maybe had the ball heading out to the boundary. And now, here's your man, Andrew Kratzman, coming to the wicket.
Well, he got some big runs earlier on in the tournament, and I think a lot of people, when you go through the lineup of the Australians and you look at the 2 Kratzmans, of course, who've played tennis for Australia and done it very well, you want to see this fellow. You see him in action, he hits the ball hard, and he's an imposing sort of a customer. When you see him march to the crease, he's the tallest player you'd think in the camp, and you wonder about what he can do out there. He's a big man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a long way up.
Yep.
There's nothing more certain of that. And again, it was quite fortunate, the tea break, that we had quite a few of the boys in our close proximity, and I know Andrew was looking around for a kettle for a cup of tea, and had me ringing around a few members of the Mildura West Cricket Club to see if we could find one of those. I think they eventually got the job done there. But here we go. He's going to face up his first delivery, which is the last of the 8th over. And that's wide outside the other stump. The umpire's going to be okay with that, apparently. So 8 overs done, 1 for 38. Mace is 15. Kratzman yet to score. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh at the John Hall Oval for day number 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. So it was the skipper who took the catch, that first wicket. Fazal Alam bowled Syed, so right out for 17. Fuller wicket was 38. So the Aussies now just looking to build another partnership here. And from what we've seen of Kratzmann at the crease, Peter Walsh will know that he will get on with the job. He won't muck about.
He will. Yes, he can hit the ball and hit it with authority and normally with power. Saw him last year in that exciting final that we had last year. Remember the injury, unfortunately, we haven't had the abilities to be able to say hi to Mr. Meek.
Yes.
Because he's not here this year. And he was always good for entertaining, wasn't he? He and Donna, very proud of the young daughter who was playing basketball in the United States of America. And so he's missed. Of course, I think from what I can gather, it was work commitments that kept him from being able to make the trip.
So change in the bowling attack. Looks like it's AJ Gariali, who bowls one short of a length, and it's thundered back at him there by Stephen Mace. No runs added to the total, so start of the 9th over, score is 1 for 38.
It's our hat-trick man.
Yes, yeah, he's been the pick of the US bowlers through the tournament so far, so looking to make another breakthrough for them here. Certainly looking to give nothing full of length to Mace at this stage, bowling them well into the track, forcing him onto the back foot. Mace still happy to bat in the baggy green at this point of time. This time he's hitting nicely down the ground, times it well out to the man at long on, picking up a single. So the score advances to 1 for 39. We'll give a quick recap of some of those other scores from games played around town a little bit later on in the coverage. I know a few of those scores on the match centre had disappeared out of both the live and the results tabs. I'm not sure where they lie because
they lie somewhere.
They're nowhere, but I'll see if I can track them down
they're dormant
shortly.
somewhere.
Yes.
That was I'm not sure whether it was just a wild and a windy whoosh from Kratzmann, although he seemed to play that at about half rat power. We might be able to pick that one up and have another look again, because that was slow motion from the big man, the tall man, Andrew Kratzmann. Number 71, emblazoned on the back. And he just pushes that gently away into short cover and there's no run.
Certainly much more watchful on that occasion, Kratzmann. We'll get one more delivery here and then we'll head away for a quick break. Score is 1 for 39. And it's been a tidy start so far by AJ Gariali. This one coming back into the right-handed Kratzmann, who forces into the offside and opens his account. So he's moved to 1, Mace is 16, and the score is 1 for 40 after 9 overs here on day 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
So welcome back by the creaky door here at the John Hall Oval. I think some CRCs in urgent need here as the Australians continue to push towards this target of 111, 1 for 40, and this is the 10th over. Kratzmann's just taken his stand at the crease here alongside of Stephen Mace as we get a good close-up there on wicketkeeper Pete Hawthorne, who was certainly good fun to have a chat with at the Tia German. Well, that one just angling back to Kratzmann, who just has to defend into the onside. And no run.
There's Wazzy Makram there, just creeping in.
Yeah, okay.
There's not a lot to do with how he looks, but a little bit maybe.
Well, I guess if he was maybe dressed in green, it might sort of give a bit more of a
and he came
indication.
From
That would probably
he went back to Rawalpindi or...
Here's Syed again. Full ball outside the off stump, and Kratzmann gave that everything, but just got himself a fraction off balance, and it's gone through to the keeper. I know the B Live boys here were up and about thinking we might have been off for a wicket replay there, but nothing doing in the end. But good line of length from Syed Shananawaz, who's got himself into a good bit of rhythm here from the Mildura Golf Resort end. This time Kratzmann is just leaning back and hitting through the offside as the ball heads out towards the backward point boundary. They're through for 2. And Mace is keen. He gets back for a comfortable 3. He's all business, Steve Mace, isn't he?
It is. Yes, that was hit well too, but you can see that maybe, I'm exaggerating, but maybe there is just a little bit of moisture there because the ball seemed to run to ground very, very quickly in the finish. Look at the big Kratzmann standing at the non-strikers end, waiting for three large steps, and he'd be down the other end.
He's an imposing figure, isn't he?
Is he what?
1 for 44. As we near the completion of this, the 10th over.
Getting close to three-quarter time in the football, and Brisbane have jumped back into the lead, 10-9-69. Collingwood 9-3-57, 2 goals the difference, almost three-quarter time.
Final ball of the over is hit out into the offside with power by Kratzmann. He picks up another single, farming the strike, 45 for 1 in the 10th over. May 17, Kratzmann is 5, and that run rate is neatly at 4.50. Partnership of 7 in 13 balls, 8 minutes, and you feel like these two could really take the game away from the US of A.
Well, the target isn't all that much out of the ordinary because we only had Festivale who got 40, and the next best with the bat we had Aparazami who made 17, and well, you had to look a little. Bajazi made 17 too, so 3 players in double figures, but 110 was never going to be enough. What have you got there?
Just trying to retrieve some of those previous results with not a lot of luck.
Well, you've got last year's scores,
yeah,
if you want those.
Well, that's no good to us, is it? Absolutely not.
Well, you know, this is where the week and a bit that's ahead of us, there's so much action because we've got 8 teams that will arrive and they'll be in the 20 over brigade. It'll be fun, won't it?
It will be, yeah, no, looking forward to it. Might have a look ahead shortly at the weather forecast over the next 5 or 6 days to see what's in store for us, Peter Walsh.
Are you doing that, are you?
Oh, we'll be doing that shortly.
Excellent.
Oh, my goodness, we're up to 28 on Friday before the grand final, so that'll be warm. Anyway, back into the action. It's AJ Gariali who is going to be held up there by his wicketkeeper because there was a bit of movement in the field there. They weren't quite set out in the deep, so he'll go back and reset at the top of his mark. And come again from that 11th Street end here at the John Hall Oval. Forced into the onside by Kratzmann. If they run hard here, they may get 2. Mace was interested. Kratzmann were happy just to get to the non-strikers end, so just the 1. So our weather tomorrow as we move to the Outer Oval in Golgol, cloudy and 21. And 19 on Monday, 20 on Tuesday, but as I said, up to 28 on Friday, September 22nd, 6th, which is, of course, the AFL Grand Final public holiday.
28 here. I wonder what it'd be like in Melbourne.
Probably mid-20s or early 20s, yeah, which is comfortable. And at this stage, Saturday, partly cloudy, 24 locally. So maybe early 20s for Grand Final day in Melbourne at the G, which is pretty much spot on, I would have thought.
Yes. We're not sure who'll play, but rest assured, when we know, we'll tell you. Outside the off stump, that ball cut off the back foot, hit hard, skids along the ground, and there's no run. I wonder what the mindset of the USA is, knowing they're going to play probably Australia A tomorrow. You wonder whether or not they give themselves a chance of winning.
Well, you'd always go into every game thinking that you've got a chance to win. Walsh, I would have thought. So they'll get together, whether it's post-game or early tomorrow, just to get themselves in the right mind frame. And look to go again tomorrow as we move into semi-final stage of this 45 over Spirit of Cricket Festivale tournament. As once again it's Gariali, and that one just going past the outside edge of the Kratzmann bat. He watches it through to the keeper. So 1 for 47. And Kratzmann just looking to get himself in here. Hasn't had too many rushes of blood to the head just yet. He's keen to play each ball on its merits. And again, very compact in defence. Pats it back to the bowler. End of 11. Score is 1 for 47. The Aussies chasing the target set earlier by the United States of America of 111.
USA, Australia. The two combatants, Mace and Kratzmann, working on a partnership. The first wicket, the only wicket falling with the score at 38. So these two have put 19 on, but no real pressure, no real sense of urgency is not needed. Kratzmann 6 from 12 and Mace 18 from 34. Saeed off 2 overs has 1 for 15. But another wicket might mean that there might be a stirring of emotions for those that are here, because at the moment it's fairly predictable. They're just pushing and probing and doing what's necessary. And that's what Mace is doing. What will he do for the first ball? Outside the off stump, hit hard, in the air, it'll run away through cover. Extra cover, they have 1. They'll come back to complete 2. And the ball is picked up and returned with strength to the non-striker's end. And there's 2 runs. Didn't quite pick it up as cleanly as he would have liked, but he's got the 2. And he moves to 35, and we're 1 shy of a half century. It's 1 for 49 with Kratzmann on 6, waiting as Mace waits for Saeed. This time he leans forward and plays very cautiously to what appeared to be a slower ball and just patted it away on the offside, and there's no run. Just watching, we've of course got the advantage of watching the in-house monitor and watching Billy. And a few of these overs in his career, he just gets himself settled in. This ball is patted away on the offside, and there's no run. The journey of an umpire must be lonely to a certain extent. I made mention of having had the pleasure of talking to Dickie Bird in Pakistan.
Yep.
But he was just at a table by himself, and the players were all by themselves, the Australians and the Pakistanis, and the South Africans were the other team that toured, and they were too. And the umpire, that's why I think it's important we get across and have a chat to Billy, and we're talking to Chiller all the time, the umpire, just to let them know that we're keen on what's happening in their lives.
Absolutely. Score 1 for 50 in the second session here at the John Hall Oval. Approaching another break. We'll have a drink stop at 15, and we might see if we can't track down another interview for you, Walshy. We'll have a look into that as Syed is throwing it up into the air. A bit of extra variation there. And Kratzmann unable to really get underneath it and take it downtown. So 1 ball remaining here, and this is the 12th over.
We might be able to put out a call to our physiotherapist who was
Oh,
going.
Jess Dieter, yeah, let's get her up. I reckon she'd be worth having a chat as diving stop by the keeper. Pete Hawthorne sees us with a score at 1 for 50 after 12 overs.
We are here at the cricket, and we don't want to go anywhere else. John Hall Oval is here. Partnership is 1 for 50 at the moment. Not the partnership, but that is the score. The first wicket, the only wicket falling with the score at 38. And now with Mace on 11 and Kratzmann on 6. Mace with that score. Mace is 23 off 39 and Kratzmann is 6 off 14. And AJ is doing the bowling. The target is a very gettable and very reachable 111 for victory. And there's a swing from Mace on the front foot, hits it hard out to a packed offside field, and there's no possibility of a run. Hoping to be able to catch up with Jesti Tarzinski.
Oh, beautiful. Smashed
that
it.
okay?
That was your best one yet, I reckon.
Well, I've had a few bad ones, though. You know.
Oh, I wouldn't say bad, but that was the best of them.
Okay, well, I won't say it again because, yeah.
Well, you'll have to introduce her. She comes up.
I say hi, Jess.
Jess, yeah, that's the
Jess.
Jess Dieter, I reckon that's what she's known as around
Is
town.
it?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Well, she was delightful to be able to chat to earlier on. That was earlier this morning, but let's hope that we can. I'll put that in your responsibility, Patrick.
No
Let's see
worries.
what you can do, and you'll do it well. I'm sure you will. I've got that feeling. And can I say it once more?
Well, I've been waiting.
Look at me! Look at me!
Oh, dear.
Oh,
well,
dear.
I'll tell you what, if there's our US and Canadian viewers on the YouTube weren't fans of Kath and Kim before this tournament, they are now. As Mace gets down on bended knee and heaves it away. Confident looking stroke as it heads out towards the boundary rope. US making a long charge to get to it. They've run 3. There's potential 4 here. I think they're going to get back for it as well. That's absolutely sensational running between the wickets, between Mace and Kratzmann. 4 all run. And Big Steve gives a thumbs up to his partner at the other end.
It was well run indeed, well called, because what happened was we were watching, I couldn't see the ball. There's 2 fieldsmen running in one direction, and I'm thinking they're running out to change their car and put it in a car park or what. But eventually they both virtually got to the ball at the same time, and there I saw it, but it slowed up a lot. And there is frustrations from AJ. He's ready to go. Let's have a look. Outside the off stump, in the air on the offside. Hard to pick up from where we are, but there's going to be at least 2 runs. Gets towards the boundary, and the turn and throw is all right in a couple of runs. So this has been healthy. 6 runs now off the last 2 balls of the over. AJ would be frustrated. That's 3 overs he's bowled now, 6 and just none for 12. 1 for 58 with Mace on 29 and Kratzmann on 6. Now I think it's 3/4 time. I think so in the football, and it's pretty close. I hope you don't mind us giving these scores because we've started, and of course for those listeners particularly who follow the AFL, and there's a few of them around if you don't mind, we'll give you that 3/4 time score in just a sec. But at the moment this partnership now starting to look as if it's very threatening. The first wicket falling with a score at 38, and now it's 1 for 58.
So just a further 53 needed. 32 overs. Current run rate is at 4.46. Syed continues from the golf resort end. The Aussies turning it around nicely. Ball goes out into the onside. And some good applause from a decent crowd that's in attendance here for this day-night fixture. It's the first in history as far as O50's cricket is concerned in our Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. So all players concerned here will go down to the record books as Mace is swinging around on the onside. It was right in the wheelhouse, and he's gone the maximum journey over the rope, which allows Billy Bowden to give us some of his finest. And Stephen Mace moves to 35 in the score, 1 for 65 in the 14th over.
Decent sort of a blow, wasn't it?
Just that little bit short of a length. We'll get a chance to have a look back now. The Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay. It was short, and gee whiz, he was in position early, and that almost cleared the pickets, let alone the rope, which is just inside a little bit from the boundary. Timed it really well, and he's looking at getting a big score, even though this is a low target to chase. He's still got time to certainly at least get 50, if not somewhere close to 100 if he can continue his momentum here. 35 from 45, and the run rate is 4.88 runs per over as Syed again looks to regather himself. Ball is thundered into the thigh pad, I reckon, of Mace as he manages to get it away on the onside, and they'll get through for a leg bye.
When Kratzmann came to the wicket, I thought, well, we might see some aggression, but what he's doing is he's just taking time.
Yep.
No hurry. Let's get ourselves organised for what's going to be the key element of finals, and then, of course, the second half of what's happening in his busy life, and we'll see what goes. Saeed, ball a full toss, hit straight back down the ground. Good shot. That could run all the way. He's hit that well. Now it's going to be scooped up just inside the line. And a throw on the third bounce comes in. But that was hit fairly well with strength from Kratzmann. He gets a couple. He's 9. And it's now 1 for 68. Score ticking away and getting close to that target of 110 as this ball is down the leg side. And go Billy. And he's done a little jig when he'd finished. and then the fingers go up, or I couldn't pick whether it was the fingers and the thumb, but there was movement from the right hand. And he's got to remember all those too. He can't do the wrong one.
No.
That wouldn't be good, would it? He's doing it beautifully, though. He's entertaining us all, which is good.
Well, here we go again. Wide outside the off stump this time, and nice little shuffle back into his stance as well. So had a leg by and a couple of wides in this over. So score now out to 70. Syed 1 for 29 in his fourth over. Pitches up, and this time Kratzmann will just let that one go through to the keeper. So the Aussies have got that run rate up over the 5 runs per over now. Just a steady build as they work their way towards this target of 111. Kratzmann is playing out into the onside, and that one is going to get to the rope. Back on a square as Bowden signals with some sort of confidence to let the scorers know.
He changed into Energizer batteries then and went very quickly.
So the end of 14 overs, 74 for 1 is the score. Partnership now 36 from 37 balls in 23 minutes. So it's just starting to get away from the US, isn't it?
It is, and it's getting away from Collingwood too, because Brisbane have kicked out to lead by 17 points at three-quarter time. 17-point margin at three-quarter time after Collingwood jumped in front at half-time. It's been a topsy-turvy game. Collingwood finishing off the first half well, but in the AFL preliminary final, the winner to play Geelong in next week's grand final, it's the Brisbane Lions who won the flag last year. 100,000 people the expected gathering at the MCG, and they lead by a margin of 17 points at three-quarter time. So maybe Chris Fagan, the 63-year-old coach from downtown Devonport in Tasmania, could be going for 2 in a row. Now we're just getting a question mark from those that are near us about who's the bowler, because we haven't got a number on his back. Now we're being told number 19, the bowler is
Rajendra.
It is
Badari.
Rajendra Badari.
Modern marvels of technology, isn't it? You can just get on the walkie out to the umpire and get the details you need.
Or just open the window and yell out. One of the two.
Which was one of the methods
which
that
we
was
heard.
used. Yes.
I found out what that chap's name is who's sitting next to us who did that. His name is Loudspeaker.
Right. So the Aussies picking up another single. Score now 1 for 74. As we edge our way towards the first drinks break of this evening session here at the John Hall Oval.
And you realise then that you're going to become a detective?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'll do some digging for you, see what we can uncover.
Good luck, groin strain. Off you go and see how you go, all right?
We'll get someone for you, Walshy.
Good work.
Hopefully Jess, but if it's not, it'll be someone very decent, I'm sure.
That's a big build-up from you then.
But we'll head back to the bowler there by Mace, and nicely fielded by Rajendra off his own.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're getting someone decent and not indecent, so that's set yourself a high standard.
Thank you.
And these two now, well, it's not bilking, but just doing as necessary, just taking their time. And perhaps, is it fair for me to say, they're going to be content just to get through without losing any wickets and be 1 for?
Yep.
And with the promise of things to come in the next week and a bit. It's 1 for 76 with Mace on 36 and Kratzmann pushing up now to 14 off 20. Next ball worked away on the offside. And I think from looking at all of those out there in the middle, Patrick, I think they've all got their tops on, although number 21 hasn't. That's out there as Patati Himanshu. He hasn't. Now, and Mace jumps down the track and then got himself mixed up and almost let the ball hit him on the body just as well, because around from behind the stumps, Hawthorn trying to grab it, couldn't do so. And Mace is ready to go again. Wearing the number 54. Kratzmann at the non-striker's end. He's on the back foot, gets a single. They'll crash into each other if they're not careful. They're going to walk through for the single, and I'm just waiting for the throw to come back in. The throw was a good one, but they were happy with one. 1 for 77 with Mace on 37 and Kratzmann on 14. And you're doing Welcome back to our coverage from the John Hall Oval in the mighty Mildura, and it's the mighty Australian team in control of this match, chasing a 110-run score by the men from Canada. 110. The best with the bat was Alan Fazal, who made 40, and the performance with the Australians with the ball, Sharma 3 for 23, Waddington 3 for 32. And the man who sits beside me in the commentary box took 2 sharp catches, and sharp being the operative word, because the man who sits beside me is a sharp indeed. And it's a thrill to be able to say to Andrew, good afternoon or good evening to you under lights in Mildura.
Good evening, Walshy. Yeah, good to be here. Good setting too.
And what's it like out there? Yeah, good?
Yeah, it looks good. Really good. I think we're going all right. 1 for 77.
Yeah, well,
so tracking well.
I'm going to talk specifically about your performance in the field for a start, because taking outfield catches, they are just as important as any part of cricket, getting runs or doing anything out of the ordinary. What were they like, those two, the catches that you took off the skipper, which was a big one, Fazal, and the other one, who of course was right in the finish, Bosanpalli, who you caught for 2. Do you pride yourself on good fielding?
Well, yeah, I think the catches that you can get your hands to, definitely. So I think Faisal hit his pretty hard, but it was straight to me, so that was a good thing. And the other one, yeah, just skied up, so not very difficult chances, but yeah, catches you want to take, I think.
Give us your thoughts on how the Australians have gone, how it's been overall, not just in the fielding, but you've got the batting and, of course, the bowling.
Oh, I think we've been fantastic. Our batting, when we've had to bat first, we did really well, 260 on a tough pitch at Sarah Oval the other day was a fantastic effort. Brian May with 100 was all class in that, and Bloomy late was good. And I think our other two bowling performances, or third bowling performances, have been magnificent. I think Canada got 120 in the first game, Australia A maybe 90 odd the second game, and USA 110 today, so I think our bowling's a real strength for us.
Is it going to be hard to pick the team now? There's going to be some that are disappointed about missing out because there's been a consistency in your efforts?
Look, there is, but I think it's more of a squad mentality in regards to we've got 14 in our squad and we need all 14 at times. We've been fairly lucky with injury that we haven't had to sit anyone out for the tournament. So, yeah, squad mentality. Look, there will be two that probably miss out, but we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it.
You haven't had much time to have a rest. Once you're finished, you've got, obviously, the possibilities of some muscles that might be a bit sore, or you might need to have a rub from the physios who's doing a mighty job, and that's all good things, but you've got to get yourself organised, haven't you?
No, you do, and I think we planned for this because we knew it was a short turnaround time from tonight's game till tomorrow morning's game at 10 o'clock. So, yeah, we've got lucky to have Jess, our physio, who's been rubbing frantically all evening so far. So the boys have got a bit of the ice baths in there as well, a bit of the hot and colds going on, massages going on. So, yeah, it's been good. I think what may help us a little is batting second in regards to recovery time as well.
Well, we're talking about Jess Tarzinski, and she is, of course, from Mildura. She's a physio, and we were hoping to talk to her today. We might do that tomorrow over in Golgol. But what's been the toughest part of your body, or what's been the hardest thing for you to look after in such a frenetic tournament?
Well, for me personally, it hasn't been too bad. I haven't been asked to do too many things Walshy at the moment. But I think you've always got to prepare yourself before the tournament. I think once the tournament comes around, it's too late to start preparing your body for that. So we've had a lot of fitness and conditioning stuff that we've been doing for quite a while. Coming from Melbourne, we're off season, so our season hasn't started. So it's been a lot of indoor training for us with no outdoor matches going on. So I think New South Wales fairly similar, Western Australia as well. Queensland coming off a winter tournament, so they're a little bit more match ready than the rest. But other than that, I think it's been a build-up to get your body right to get through these tournaments.
Australian player Andrew Sharp is our special guest here at the John Hall Oval with the score with the Australians at 1 for 80, chasing a 111 to score a victory. How far into the tournament do you really feel like you're getting to know everyone? You've got players that have come from all over the place. You need to know what their good things are, what their bad things are, and it needs to be the gelling of a strong team. Is that one of those pressures that is applied right from the word go?
It's a very good point you make. I think it's extremely important to gel as a team. I mean, we've got players from all around Australia coming together, so that is important. And obviously there's some of us that have been playing together for a while, 12, 18 months now, so this isn't a new thing for quite a few of us, but we have got some new blokes that have been coming into our squad, and I think gelling is really important. So, you know, look, at our age, I think it's a lot easier to gel. We've got a lot of things in common in regards to all being 50 plus cricket nuffies. You know, we've all got a journey and a bit of a story to tell. So I think it's very important, though, to still gel and enjoy each other's successes as well as your own success.
And are you hard on yourself? Do you think, right, you're getting better, or what parts of your body or what parts of your game do you think you could improve on?
Well, we can always improve. There's no doubt about that. I just think that at our age, I think there's different things that we're playing for now. I think it's more about we're playing, for me, you know, the enjoyment as much as the winning or losing. Well, don't get me wrong, we're still all very ultra competitive, but I think more about the enjoyment, the people you meet. Playing here under lights, going to Mildura. I mean, we've been on a bit of a whirlwind tour. February we were in Sri Lanka, which was fantastic for the World Cup. We're in the UK, probably 12 months ago, New Zealand 14 months ago.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think getting to do all those things is just amazing at our age in veterans cricket.
What do you think is going to keep you going? Have you got goal setting when you start out? It's always about, righto, let's get to 35 or 36 or 40 or whatever. This is what I want to do. But have you got anything that you haven't completed in your years of chasing cricket balls and doing those sorts of things around the world?
No, I think that, as I said, the last 12 to 18 months, Walsh, you've been, fantastic in regards to journeying around and playing cricket all around the world, which is, a real thrill to do, and we're very lucky to do it. But I think you'll know yourself more mentally than physically about when time is up. But whilst I'm still enjoying it, I think we'll keep going for a little while.
What keeps you motivated?
Well, I think tournaments like this, pushing yourself and the people that you meet, and the more professional the Aussie team has got with the things we do with a few camps and everything. So, yeah, as long as the enjoyment's still there, we're happy.
And if I walk into where we're staying at the hotel and I see players from Australia, they might be sitting next to players from Canada, there might be US of A teams, there might be New Zealand, I can keep on naming them. It does appear as if when we work hard to promote the fact that this is the spirit of cricket, that's what's being displayed not just on the field but everywhere.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think you're spot on there. There's big spirit. I mean, as I said, you meet some really good people. I think it's Sonny in this US team that we met in the World Cup there in Sri Lanka, and he's excuse me, been handing out some chocolates to my wife and Grant Jew's wife Kate. So it's not only the guys that make friends, the partners do too.
And the business of Mildura, it's not hard to sell Australia to those that are travelling here for the first or maybe second only time. Now, don't choke. Have you got somewhere to drink?
No, I'm right, Walshy, but thanks for your concern. That was a lovely shot there from
it was, yes. The score is 1 for 90. Kratzman is up to 19 off 26. And Mace is 45 off 60. And they're looking at getting to 111 to score a victory, and that's going to happen. So it's going to be a short turnaround because tomorrow morning you're playing at 10 o'clock at Gol.
Yes, correct. Yeah, very short turnaround, but we're going to finish a little bit early, Walshy, so that every hour will help. So I think we'll be okay.
Have you been in the pool at all? Is that part of the business of rehab when you need to have ice or you need to take that one step further and jump in the pool?
Definitely. I'm horrible in the pool. The first 2 days I think I made the second step, Walshy, which got to about my quads. That was it. And one of our teammates, Craig Trindell, pushed me in the other night, so that got me in. But no, definitely the cold pool is a help, and the guys are all pretty good in getting in there too.
Well, you have to be, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to be. Have you had any? You don't have to go through all the niggling injuries that have occurred, but what about the bodies of those that you've been playing with, your teammates, with that score at 1 for 93? Chasing 111 for victory. Have you had too many who've had issues with injury?
Definitely, yeah. I think at our age it's soft tissue that gets you the majority of the time. So, I think obviously the colds help to repair after a game in regards to being out in the field. So, yeah, definitely as much as you can look after yourself on tour, and once that tournament starts, I think it does stand you in good stead. The more batting and bowling you do as well, Walsh, obviously you need that more recuperatory and recovery, and that's why I talk about that squad mentality with 14 guys. You need that because we need rotation for our faster bowlers and seam bowlers there, so we can get that and give them a rest as well.
It's going to be pretty frenetic action for the next week and a bit. It's going to be full throttle. You're looking forward to it?
Full throttle, yeah, absolutely. I love it. There is still a couple of rest days in there. So, touch wood, everyone is fit and fairly healthy at the moment. So that's a good thing, progressing well. So hopefully we stay like this as well.
And what would be the only thing that would satisfy you between now and the end of the tournament?
Well, we want to win, Walshy.
That's fair. I wanted you to say that.
You know, you led me into that beautifully. We certainly want to win, but I think as well we're looking for a longer-term goal a little bit with this squad, and with Australia and Australia A. Our squads is more, a little bit focused on the World Cup as well. Even though it's a while away, we're going to be having a lot of lead-up games to that. So they're all little stepping stones in regards to what we want to achieve.
Appreciate you coming up and speaking to us very short notice, Andrew. As I said, you grabbed a couple of quick catches, pretty slippery catches too, in the field today when we saw Canada bowled out cheaply for 110. And we wish you all the very best at Goal tomorrow and the remainder of the tournament. And thank you so much for joining us on our coverage.
Thank you, Walshy. Hopefully we continue. Macy gets 50 and we get past 111.
Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another one of the personalities joining us from the John Hall Oval. Always good to be able to have these sorts of people coming up and saying hello in our coverage as we see another boundary. Let's have a look at the score now as Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale continues. It's 1 for 95 with Mace on 45 and Kratzman on 23. And with just 8 minutes remaining in the match from the MCG, it's Brisbane leading by 3 goals, 12-10-82 to Collingwood 10-4-64. And we see Charlie Cameron's just kicked a goal, so it looks like Brisbane disappearing and play Geelong in the grand final. Welcome back, Patrick. Where have you been? I saw you disappearing into the trees over there.
Well, I was trying to solve the conundrum of the bit of concern about the quality of the lighting, and we found out that 5 globes on this tower on the right-hand side of us are not in operation, which would be giving us a bit of a dark area right in front here. So that's unfortunately what we're dealing with, but we'll get through the game as it is. But hopefully going forward, I was speaking to Anthony Telfer, and there'll be some T20 games under lights here. They'll be able to address the situation, and we'll get them back to full capacity.
So this is a global problem, is it?
A globe, not a global. We won't blame the sponsor, but just a globe issue. But anyway, the right call's been made to the right people, and it will be investigated post-game tonight.
Well done. Yeah, well done to everyone. If there's any small hiccup, it is attended to immediately, and that's what we like to see. And this match is being attended to immediately by the Australians, who were 1 for 96 with Mace on 45 and Kratzman on 24. The target is 111, and they are nudging towards what looks like being a very comfortable victory, and that will make them all chuffed up and ready to go for tomorrow morning. And not much that the United States of American team can do, as we are only, we're into the last, so I reckon 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you could be right. So we're looking at Australia v Canada in the 1 versus 4 semi-final tomorrow at the Alturinga Oval in Golgo. We'll be live from 10 with the coverage for that. And then, of course, the final will be played on Monday. So looking ahead post that point of time, we will move into T20 mode, middle of the week, and that's going to be super exciting as we continue here into the 20th over. Australia 1 for 96, 15 required from 26 overs. So it's safe to say, Peter Walsh, that they are pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, and it's pretty much safe to say that Brisbane are pretty comfortable too, because they lead by 4 goals over Collingwood with just 6 minutes of play remaining in the final quarter. And they look, after Gallup has just kicked a goal, that they will win that game and play Geelong in the grand final a few weeks ago. Well, they got belted by that team, but that's another story. Over to you, Patrick, with the score at 1 for 96, which will become 1 for 97. They'd better run quickly, they do. They scurry through, a nice little nab away, and good work there by Mace, who gets the single. He moves to 45. Kratzman is 24, and in the 20th over, it's 1 for 96, chasing 111.
It's a good partnership, this, isn't it? The Aussies have really stuffed fat as Kratzman gets underneath one as he hits it out towards the backward square boundary. Probably went a little bit higher than he was hoping for, so it's only going to be 4, but got into position really early as Billy Bowden gives us the signal for the boundary beautifully there. 1 for 100, the Aussies, in this, the 20th over. So that run rate continues to stay up around that 5 runs per over mark. And that target of 111 is becoming ever closer, as chance again here for Patadia as he gets back to the top of his mark. He's bowling from the Mildura Golf Resort end. And Kratzman once again faces up. This time he's just working it away into the offside, but the US have men on the ring there to prevent any single. So the last wicket falling at 38, so this has been a partnership of high profit, Peter Walsh.
It has. Yes, it has. There's no question about it. As Brisbane get another goal, and it's now 5 goals the difference, and it's about 5 minutes of play remaining, and it'll be Chris Fagan leading into Chris Scott. So the two Chris's next week, Scott and Fagan, playing off for the grand final. They lead by 5 goals now, and isn't it ridiculously ironic that total was the total that Geelong beat Hawthorn by last night? Could they stay at 30 points? It doesn't matter. This one now.
Another boundary, Pete.
Just about finished. 1 for 104 with Australia doing brilliantly too. The only wicket to fall was that of Paul Ryan, who was out for 17, the score at 38. And it's now 1 for 104. And we have, let's have a look, 20 overs gone, or 1 ball left in the 19th. And this has been a pretty good performance. They've been in control without doing anything over the top.
They've been very measured, haven't they? The way they've gone about this whole tournament. Just building nicely into the finals, which get underway from 10 tomorrow morning, as the last ball is defended safely there by Kratzmann. So 20 overs gone, 1 for 104 Australia. 5.20 the run rate. 66 runs from 73 balls in just 47 minutes from this pair. It's really just snapped the back of the US after they'd taken that early breakthrough and thought they might have been a chance to pick up a couple more. Australia has steadied, and 2 of their key men at the top of the list, Mace and Kratzmann, leading the way once again.
And just to give those people who are watching our coverage the latest on the light situation, we weren't too sure. It looked as if just from the naked eye that there were some parts of the ground that looked a bit brighter than other parts, but you were able to dig up some information on what was happening?
Yeah, just the right tower just to the right of us here in the broadcast area just had a few globes which weren't illuminated. I think but all the towers have 11 globes when fully lit, and this one to the right of us, they're split 6-5, and the left-hand side's got 6, but the right only has 1. So that's obviously just dropping the lux, the word that I brought into play earlier in the coverage, the lux just that little bit. I think through the middle square area is okay, but some of the fieldsmen have probably had a few little issues in some of those damper spots, but they've ploughed on nonetheless. And with all things going well, as Mace is almost stumped as he charges down the wicket. Tidy bit of work there by Pete Hawthorn. Not too sure if we're going to get Chiller to go into a replay. I think he's going to be called into action here, so we'll keep a close eye on this and the replays that will follow. But it was a ball of quite high flight from Murley, as we'll watch the Enjoy Wine Chargirl and Bar action replay. He certainly put it up above the batsman's eye line, as we almost got a look at the side on view there.
Chilla Charlesworth's beside us too. He'll talk us through it when we have the official result.
Okay,
he's
so
the third umpire.
Just waiting for that. You can see Steve Mace saying that he got it way up above my eye line there, so I just thought I had to come down to get it on the full, and didn't make connection, and then was really battling to get his way back into his crease as we just wait for the replay to come through. They changed that score of 1 for 104.
He's just explaining to the man at the opposite end, Kratzmann, about it's like he did the big over the top with his arms and the bat, and he's trying to explain what did happen. Now he's talking about it.
Very animated, isn't he? As we just wait for some adjudication here. Looks like umpire Charlesworth is radioing out to the men in the middle, so we'll get a decision here shortly. And Billy is telling us exactly that it will stay as it were, as we now get a chance to have a look. As Mace takes off down the ground and then windmills the bat back into the ground beautifully.
How did he do that?
It was quite a piece of work, wasn't it? It was a nice bit of work from Pete Hawthorn to get the bails off in a flash, but Mace was just that little bit too quick for him.
It's a sort of injury that you could bring on your body then, because you spun around in circles and almost crunched into the turf, but that didn't happen. So it's as you were.
So once again, Mace on strike. Another ball of high altitude, which makes Mace again charge down the wicket. All he could do is knock it into the man there at short mid-wicket, so no run. And just a bit of a rueful grin from Murley here. I think he's trying to make sure he can get them as high as possible. As Mace this time, I think he's in trouble this time, Peter Walsh. He's on his way.
Well, that was frivolity, to say the least. If at first you don't succeed, have another crack at it, and he certainly did. He threw himself off balance.
Yeah, disappointing. I think Steve would have wanted to at least get to his 50, if not bat through the innings, but unfortunately he's come unstuck, so makes his way off. But, gee, he's in good form, isn't he, as he looks ahead to the semi-final and final stages. I had a chat to Steve as we watched the replay once again, and Hawthorn pretty sharp with the glove work. He's not going to take part in the T20, Steve, because he said it took too much of a toll on his body last year.
Yes.
Because he's looking ahead to Nationals, which come up in November, so he'll only play in the 45-over format. As we wait here on the new man to come to the crease, Simon Niche for the Australians.
Well, the good thing about that is that I reckon Hawthorn would be pretty thrilled by that too. He's, as the keeper, done his very best, and he's got a stumping to his name too. And that doesn't happen all the time in this form of the cricket, but good on him. And we saw a reverse sweep too.
Yeah, you were calling for it, weren't you?
Yeah, we just saw the one.
Managed to get there in the end. So Niche now comes out and takes guard. So he'll only just need to be there for a short period to ensure that Australia collect the victory here at the John Hall Oval, day 3 of the Global Spirited Cricket Festivale.
2 minutes to go in the preliminary final, and Brisbane by 6 goals over Collingwood, leading 15-10-100 to Collingwood 10-4-64.
Okay, so Niche is looking now at his first delivery. Oh, and he was considering making a move at that, but decided against it as it goes through to the keeper. Could have potentially been called a wide, but the umpire was happy to let it go through. So Niche, we know he's a man that likes to get on with it. He gets a ball that was full pitched as he hits it away through the onside. They'll look at a couple here. He'll get back. And nicely worked by Simon Niche. So he's underway, 2 from 2. Kratzman is 32 from 37, and the score is 2 for 106, nearing the end of the 21st over. So, if my maths is any good, Walsh, the 5 required for victory by the green and gold.
And they've done so well, it's just the 21st over, so they've really looked in control, and they'd be pretty pleased with this finish.
Quicker one from Murali, which will take us through to the end of the 21st over with the score at 2 for 106.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
And we're back at the John Hall Oval with Australia 2 for 106. 5 more needed for victory. 24 overs remain. And Kratzman is on strike as he's nudging back past the keeper towards short third man, picking up another single. As AJ Gariali gets to the top of his mark, he's keen to maybe pick up a scalp here towards the back end of the game. Has none for 12 in his 4th over. Now bowling to Simon Niche. Niche is just leaning, trying to find a bit of real estate on the offside. Can't find the gap. And to their credit, I reckon, Walshy, the Americans have still engaged a reasonably attacking field. There's plenty of men on the ring on the offside.
Well, they haven't been totally knocked around. It's been a steady progress, just the 1 wicket. And let's be serious, Mace, in the finish, he didn't throw his wicket away, but he was pretty keen to jump down and try and hit the ball out of the ground. He missed the first time and wasn't stumped, but then missed the second time and was. So 2 for 107, that's not bad.
So just knocked into the onside. Pete Hawthorn does a pretty decent job firing it back to the bowler's end. Did take a bit of a tumble, the big guy. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like he's going to dust himself off and get back to active duties behind the stumps.
If you had to pick out a man of the match in this game, who would you pick out?
Leave that with me. I'll have a bit of a thought about that as we wait for Gariali once again as he's angling into the body of the batsman. This time Kratzman unable to pick off the single. I guess with the ball, 3 wickets each for Waddington and the Sharma, the spin twins, so that have to come into consideration. I thought the skipper was fantastic, Andrew Sharp, not only leading his troops around, but he took 2 fantastic catches, so he'd have to be in the reckoning, I would have thought. And then obviously from a batting perspective, well, Steve Mace once again leading the way with 45 from 66, so maybe, hopefully, I'll give you a couple of options there, Pete.
Yeah, some tough calls just as well. We don't have to do that because with only, let's have a look now, 3 runs to go before they officially win, I reckon they'd be pretty pleased. So I think Kratzman too getting out there and he's faced 40 deliveries and made 33. So I'm reckoning that he'd be feeling pretty chuffed too with his performance and the consistency that exists in their batting lineup, their top order. They would go into the next few days feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. As we wait here for the start of the 23rd over. 2 for 108. Wonder if Nish is thinking I can finish this with one lusty blow into the tennis courts. We'll have to wait and see. He's taking strike. Bowler is coming in from the 11th Street end here of the John Hall Oval. Day-night cricket here as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Ball that's pitched up and Nish allows to go through. Umpire's going to call it a wide, so narrows the margin even more. 2 for 109, 2 needed for victory. And Pazinapali Maruli again looks to angle this one down the leg side. Bit of a purchase off the wicket as that one is taken by the keeper. Another wide, says the umpire. So we're getting there in sundries, Walshy, the way we're going at the moment.
Dribs and drabs. Still Nish should be happy to be out there.
Oh, went for the big one. Unable to make a connection. And nice work again by Pete Hawthorne. Got those zinger bails off in a flash. Bit of movement out the front of us here. A few of the over 55 Australians and Australian A boys thinking that the deed is done so they can move on to the next destination. Nish waits on this one and ploughs it through the offside as they get through for a single, which I reckon would lock things up at 2 for 110. So one more for the Aussies to go through to their 3rd victory the first week of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
Can't do much more than win games and get yourself into a confidence mode and then not have much to sleep because you're up and about tomorrow morning.
It's a quick turnover, isn't it? As Kratzman tries to push that one through a gap in the offside, but nicely done by the US. So
scores a level.
They are 2 for 110. Kratzman 33. As he waits and he lofts one out towards cover. Can't find the gap again, and the ball's fired back into the keeper. So Murley doing a job here, managing to keep the runs to a minimum, just the 2 off this over so far. Down the leg side, Kratzman spins and turns it around the corner. There's no one fielding on the boundary down there as it runs across the rope, and Australia home to victory by 8 wickets, finishing with 2 for 114 in 22.5 overs as players and umpires shake hands in the middle. And again, the green and gold have got it done, Peter Walsh.
Yes, a comprehensive victory and plenty of handshakes plentiful. I think Billy Bowden picks up the stumps and makes sure no one escapes with those. We don't want that to happen. But in the finish, well, I won't say that it was a disappointing game, but it was a disappointing finish anyway, because with only 110 runs in the bank, it was always going to be tough to protect that score. And as it turned out, the Australians, they got away to a good start at 1 for 38, and then their next wicket, they just worked it pretty solidly all the way through and had a convincing victory. You didn't want to just rip through the Australian scorecard, if you wouldn't mind.
We'll
and
do
I'll
that.
just write that down.
What we might do is just quickly recap the better performers in the first session from the US, of course. They were led by skipper Fazal Alam. He top scored with 40. Balaji Apasami next best with 17 for Australia. 3 wickets apiece for Sharma and Waddington. Craig Trindle continuing his fine tournament so far with 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13.
And I'm sorry to jump in there, but I'm just giving those that are still with us and watching, you would have just seen Kratzman's head above the heads of any of the other players. There he is in the green and the gold. Yeah. Isn't he just such a tall and imposing figure as he leaves the ground, the champion Australian tennis player, and a big smile on his face too. I'm sure he'd be pleased to get out. He got 70 odd in one of the earlier games, and now he's got some runs here. He's got good solid runs, and 56 is pretty good.
The Aussies have got a couple of big boppers, haven't they? Kratzman, also James Morris and Craig Trindle. As we'll just quickly go back and look at that card for the second innings, the second session. Just the 2 wickets to fall. First man out was Ryan. He was caught by the skipper Fazal Alam off the bowling of Syed Shananawaz for 17. That wicket fell at 38. Then the second going down at 104. Steve Mace was stumped. Hawthorn bowled Murali for 45. Kratzman remained 37 not out, and Nish was 4. The final score 2 for 114 after 22.5 overs. And 11 sundries quickly through the bowling. Garde 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Himanshu Patadia 4 overs, none for 28. Syed Shananawaz picked up 1 for 33 from his 4. AJ Gariali none for 14 from 4. Rajendra Badadar 3 overs, none for 11, and it was Murali who was bowling at the death there. 3.5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 18.